Just to spoon, you just spoon you and no. If the trade prepare for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Ponjama, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Every incapable, regular, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, too.
Okay, good evening, and a pleasant welcome to yet another edition of the Spoon Talk right there on Spoon 107.5. The show has been simulcast on Fabric 101.1. It's a pleasure to be here once more with another very, very interesting edition of the program. So wherever you are and whatever you are doing, welcome wholeheartedly, and let's have a wonderful time together. I'd like to say welcome to those of you in Radio Land, those of you watching us live on Spoon TV, on Fabric TV, on Super TV, and via our YouTube channel. We'd like to say good evening, good afternoon, and a pleasant welcome. Today happens to be the 7th day of the month of August, AD 2025. And of course, today was a very, very, wonderful day in Liberia, where, campaigners against drugs, gathered today up Capitol Hill to send a message across to say no to drugs, to petition the government, to reinforce its fight against drugs. And of course, the turnout was very, very massive, very, very massive. Plus, a lot of issues happened in Liberia today that the CEO and his team of panelists will be diving into. So wherever you are and whatever you are doing, as usual, get set, invite someone to listen alongside you, because the show promised to be very, very firing tonight. My name is Yekezi Zobel. I'm sitting in as your producer until later. With the time 12 minutes flipping 8 o'clock, let's now go to the lines to hear from you, our listeners, on the first segment of the show, which is the Speak Your Minds segment. Is the segment that gives you the opportunity to call in and tell us exactly what's on your minds. What's that burning issue that's on your minds that you want to let out, that you want the public to know, that you want government officials to know about. You can call us now on 0777 1075 0777 I'm sorry, that orange line is down. Yeah, so let me give an alternative line here for the orange. So call us on 0770 41 77 24. 0770 41 77 24. That's our alternative orange line here. You can also call us on that number for those of you listening to the show from the United States and other parts of the world. You can WhatsApp us on that number to put your points through. But 0777 0555 101075 is one of our hotlines here in studio. 0555 101075 and 0770 41 77 24. Those are the numbers to put it through. Let's now get to hear from Liberians about what's on their minds. Let's speak to this first person. Hello, your name and where you join us from.
Thank you. Good evening.
This is Yekezi. Let's hear you.
Oh, Yekezi. Sorry. So good for money into community.
Sekou, let's hear you, please.
Why am I mad to not get to do the DA? First of all, I want to say this and to appreciate the President of the Republic of Nigeria, my lovely President. I want to appeal to him that please, Mr. President, I beg you, no going for what you want. So I want you to reconsider in a DEA because nobody is free from mistake. That was the mistake for a part. If AB could need to say that they think going to happy to he now coming to choose Sadika. But you see now, you say AB come out for them, the measure you put there is escalating. So I beg you, Mr. President, please think of the decision you be AB come out by.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Good evening to School FM family and good evening to my loving people of the Republic of Liberia and good evening to you, Brother Yekesi Secret in studio in Liberia. By the way, the introduction.
Alfonso, please go to the point.
Exactly. So thank you for the recognition. Let me strictly go to the topic under discussion tonight in my mind. And I would like to be grateful and appreciative to all of those who participated today for the campaign against the fight against drugs in our country. It's alarming. So mothers, the fathers, the brothers, the sisters, the aunts, whoever went in the ring today to send a clear message to the world that Liberia will say no to drugs. Our brothers, our sons, our daughters, our nephews, our nieces, they are all born poor today in our society. It's a future tomorrow. Google friends who went to school, we used to be on board on campus today. When I see some of my colleagues, I feel very upset with the situation.
Thank you.
Even no family can say they have no effect on the drugs issue when it comes to our society issue. Brothers and sisters, everybody family are affected in Liberia. So the president should please listen today to this message.
Thank you, Alfonso. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello, are you there? Hello? Okay, let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello, Yagasi.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
Yagasi, thank you so much. This is Josh Mova on GS2, Kisikian. Most of the Yagasi. So much. I appreciate you. I appreciate School Network. The thing on my mind this afternoon, Yagasi, I just want to appreciate President Bwaka and it could are working on saying completely. And I just want to appreciate also the people, our women, our man, our sister who are today they left on the ring going to protect once about a issue. I don't want to tell them thank you because it's not easy. Because the junior I watch when I coming up and we see a lot of young boys taking drugs. We see there someone there, they educated. But I don't want to appreciate them. But I try to tell our dealer then, our represent our country disgraces will become living disgrace very endless. If you receive that petition, please, very endless. You get committee dealer, committee chairman, please inform them. Anywhere you see people protect and ghetto. If you have the dealer, if you that committee man not take action, we the one. I know someone there. We the one who made that committee chairman will be in problem because our sister, our brother there, want today on our ring to go pay our petition.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
For you, this Adama Kana Joseph Wagai first on CK Joseph Wagai speaking. The only thing that on my mind today to tell you that this government, that God they want to bring the government into power, and the government are listening personally. The speaker, God will kill us speaker, but the other speaker here, the real speaker for this government. And also, let me pray for them. Let God bless the speaker. Let God make the government to deliver. Let God bless the press secretary. And let God bless the agency. And let God bless God Fufana. The president, the president.
So why are you praising the government and the speaker?
I praise the government because I seen the government, they want that they petition. They acknowledge my government. They are my parliament for me. President Joseph Baka in my parliament, they call me Joseph Baka in my community.
Why are you praising the government, the speaker and the president?
I'm praising them because I know they will deliver and they're working in place of the state of this country. I'm praising them because, yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Good evening, Legacy.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm a Motila from Painesville. Let me say thank you for affording me the opportunity to speak on the radio. What on my mind this evening is I want to thank those who went at the Capitol today to petition their lawmaker inflecting the issue of jobs. You know, job is a serious pandemic, is a serious issue that is carrying away we the young people. So I want to thank them, and I want to urge the lawmaker that they speedily look into the plot of what the people petition them, so that jobs at least can be handled, that more money can be allocated to the police and the DA to fight the daily pandemic that is called jobs that is killing with the young people, killing us and taking away our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to this other person. Hello.
Good evening, Yagasi.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
Augustine T. Fire from Painesville.
Augustine, please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity. Let me take my time to extend my sincere appreciation to those that went in the sun, in the rain, to protest for this pandemic that engulfs this country. But one thing I saw as hypocrisy is those in leaders going to protest. Why protesting? We give the authority to solve problems for us. Listen to us whenever we are not satisfied with an issue. Let's petition you so you can act. But coming among us to protest, I see that as hypocrisy to the highest. Just start playing with this country. You know, we've voted on our government in order to serve us. We give you authority to exercise the authority. Not to be coming in the street protesting as if to say you don't get power. Use the power to find solutions to our problem.
Thank you.
And I must tell those those who went in the street to protest, thank you. Not those government officials. Find solution for us.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Oh, sir, my name is Edward Coleman. I call you from District 17.
Edward, please go ahead.
Yeah, what my mind has to do I appeal to the government that every time when they pass their bill, they should be able to pass bill for the military to have training. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Really?
Good evening. Let's hear you.
Yeah, this is Omen Dicklin, Corporal Nimatari.
Yeah, let's hear you, man.
Yeah, I can see, man.
Yeah.
I want to ask a special person, man. You're coming to work tonight. I'm a special personal issue I want to ask you.
Of course, the C will be on.
Okay, now I'll call you later.
Okay. Good evening, your name and where you join us from? Please walk away from your radio or just do us a favor by lowering the volume. Because we get a very terrible feedback here once you are close to the radio and the volume is up high. Let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Dennis calling from Chocolate City.
Okay.
What on my mind is about the cows and those cattle that are moving on the street.
Okay.
We are one of them. They are coming on the street so that they can help anybody who knows who get them. They are floating all over the street.
Which are the street?
Which are the street
there?
For people, New Georgia, all the way going up to car factory there.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very harmful, man. Let us try to control it.
Thank you. Thanks for calling. Thanks for making your point known.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello.
Hello, let's hear you.
Well, my name is Mr. Aaron Chibo Heenan, calling from Johnsonville.
Mr. Heenan, please go ahead.
Yeah, let me first, what on my mind is I want to appreciate His Excellency President Joseph Boakai for his high level of maturity. Can you imagine the president also part of the march today? So let me also appreciate Liberians for the wonderful work they did today. Everybody were out today to do away with this drugs issue. So let me say thank you to the president and thank you to the peace and people of Liberia. Thank you so kindly.
Thanks for calling and thanks for making your point known. Let's talk to another person here on the Lone Star hotline. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, let's hear you.
My name is Anthony Sayam. I'm the past president of Motorcycle Affairs Republic of Liberia.
Anthony,
I want to say thank you to Spoon Network for all they are doing for us to give us information and to those who went for the drug issue today. And we as the motorcycle organization, being a vice president, we condemn the drugs activity and the legislature should take serious in the executive. And I want to say special thanks and appreciation to the National Executive of the Marriage Fund 2 for removing John Kenyon as the president. And now the NEC will be heading the Federation of Motorcycle and Transcycle Union, the Marriage Fund 2.
My name is Deyuga. I'm calling from the United States. How you doing? Okay. I want to say thank you to those that went in the street today about the drugs issue, and I just want to tell the president thank you. He tried his best, and we don't want him to give up because a lot of people will talk, and but he should just continue to do what he's doing. And the next thing here is I'm appealing to him and appealing to His Excellency the President that he should take those rogues from in the street. That because when we have people that are coming from abroad are going for vacation, most people they leave their car open and things. We want for Monrovia as the capital city to be free out of drugs and out of rogues. Please, I'm begging him and asking him because more people will come and they want to ride a good cars, and then those roads will go and start killing them. So I appealing to him to put people in the street. Let it take out the roads for in the street. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm Esther B. Leader calling for speak. I want to say thank you to everyone of us that went in the street today to demonstrate our capacity against the drug. But what I want to suggest to the government, they should work along with the community leaders. Because it's within the community the drugs are. And the community leaders, some of them even know those are selling those drugs. So then they call them to meet it there and the DEA people. Then they call every community leader from the guy 17 blacks in the community that day, and the leaders they go and then they give them the data. Any community that we see drugs in will hold you responsible. Drugs will go down in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Good evening, Yakazi.
Good evening.
I'm calling from Gompasere, Nima County.
Okay, please go ahead.
Yakazi, what my man have to do with the drugs? I want to take this chance to appreciate our brothers, sisters, mother, father that got on the street today to march on the drugs. But I want to give some advice to the government to implement the advice. Yakazi, I want to tell the government, starting from the Speaker of the House down to the last man in government, let the president give the order that nobody should receive people there or whoever there for the airport. You can see the drugs in the country officials because they are in cahoots with the drugs dealer. When the drug is coming at the airport, they will go at the airport there and say, "Oh, the visitors are coming to come visit me. I'm so minister, I'm director, I'm this and that." So I want the president to put bargaining into place that no officials or government should receive any bail from the airport for anybody. When anybody comes in, they should pass through the summer channel to enter the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling and making your point. Let's welcome Councillor Gul Senior. Councillor, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Yagasi. Thank you. Let me say good evening to those following.
All right. So if you are listening to the show or watching, consider Google is here for questions also. So if you have any question for him, any legal minded question, you have to ask him. Of course, he's available to answer those questions. But let's go back to the lines and continue hearing from you on the What's Your Mind's segment of the Spoon Talk. So the numbers remain 0770 That's our alternative orange line for tonight, and 0555 which is our non star hotline. So let's go back to the lines and take more calls.
Legacy,
Yeah.
the last caller raised a very good point, and I
Okay.
want to add my voice. They need to also tighten the security at the VIP lodge. During the regime of Madam Salif, the second term or second term, there was an EPS vehicle, EPS 50. Yes, EPS 50. That was it's not EPS 50 or Escort 50, but it was I think EPS 50 with one some officers. The head was a Perry Dolo. They were involved in trafficking drugs in the EPS vehicle and from Sierra Leone. And because it is an EPS, it's an Escort, in fact, Escort 50, I think, they would not check it. But this time around, there were tip off. And so when the vehicle came, thinking that because it is an EPS vehicle, that it would not be checked, the story changed. When the guys decided to do a search, they wanted to bulldoze away. They were arrested, and I tell you, the amount of marijuana that was found in that car, big, I think over 10 bags, so very big Guinean endo bag, double bag they normally set the grumpy in, big 10. So officials of government, sometimes we are not saying all of them, but we know there are some bad apples that can get involved into bad activities. So they need to also tighten the search at the VIP lodge. That DEA officers should be at the VIP lodge. When you come in with your luggage, you will not just pass through because you VIP. You will search inside and see what is there, because some of them could be used as well to bring drugs in the country. We can't trust anybody now. So we got to take it. We got to take the bull by the horn. Lawmaker, minister, who, what, you come to the airport, whether you're using the VIP lodge or the regular lodge, they'll search your luggages to ensure that you don't bring anything in the country that will damage the future of our young people. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Somebody just corrected me and said, "Well, Escort 1." Yeah, Escort 1. Yeah. But I know the guy who was there, the lead was Perry Dolo.
Yeah, Perry Dolo.
Yes.
Okay, let's go back to the lines and take more calls. 0770 41 77 24, 0555 Those are the numbers to put it through. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello.
Yeah.
Good evening. Let's hear your name and where you join us from.
Legacy, that's Tabu Rata, the factor, the general from Pompo, the streets of Pompo. I won't call him from Pompo this evening.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Legacy, let me appreciate you for the show. But Legacy, the issue of unpaid patriotism, greediness is suffering as part of our society. Look, brother Legacy, yesterday the people told us that they came to fight trust, and that the past government was bringing in trust, that they were going to get rid of trust. So, brother Legacy, it's so sad and frustrating to see today our brother will get on the street and say they're going to put them for trust. No, brother Legacy, but what I would say, brother Legacy, God will want to see you. Because CEO is the one who brought this calamity, who brought this bondage on our country. CEO is the cause today our country is going down to the tree. You get a power in your hand. You get a power in your hand, the drugs are based down. Why are you going to enforce the law? Who enforce the law, brother? Let me ask you the question. Who enforce the law? Who has the power to enforce the law in that brother? Let me ask you the question because I'm not going to listen to me. And you guys,
Yeah, please go ahead. Just go ahead. It's a rhetorical question.
brother,
We all do know is executive.
thank you. Executive enforce the law. There's the one on the board. You guys see, President, we have done the law. In 2023, the law was passed in July by the authors by the federal legislature. So why the law not taking effect? And we just want to who wants that responsibility. But today, you guys see, we like people will suffer because we are ungrateful.
Thank
we
you.
not go for having me.
Thank you very much for making your point. Let's hear this person out. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, can see I'm calling from Gompa. I want to ask Councillor Gould.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Councillor Gould, my question is coming to you. The government officials are the law enforcement officers of this country because they have the law in their hand. What sense does it make for them to get in the protest today to say all of them are on the street protesting? So they are telling with the Liberians that because the drugs are in the country, they are not aware. So they were coming to leadership. They are not aware that the drug is in the country, and they are in leadership. So they are telling us they are not aware that our brothers and sisters are in the ghetto, are in the graveyard taking drugs. Are they not aware that their friends and brothers then can bring the drugs in the country? So is this what they are telling us, that they are not in the nose of what happening in the country, Mr. Councillor? So I want you to answer that question for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just hang up and listen. Councillor Gould, you got that question?
Yeah, he asked me. I think we addressed it last. The thing about it is that today's march was not just about presenting a petition. It was also about mourning and expressing solidarity, for those who lost their lives, those who are involved, those who are losing their lives in the process, parents who are children are involved into drugs and the future being destroyed. So it was twofold, right? That's why the people wore black to show that that darkness, that's over the country, that mournful, gesture. So it was not just about going to the Capitol building to present, a petition to the legislature on or to the government on what the gathering will expect them to do. Mind you, now the gathering took cognizance of the government's own effort in passing the drug law and giving whatever support to the DEA. They took cognizance of that, but they want more to be done. So you can see that it's not that the government is not doing anything, but they recognize that more needs to be need to be done. So it was both ways. So when I saw government officials, who all were in the protest, I saw it from that angle, from two different angles. So for me, I don't see it, as being disingenuous to the process. I just saw it that they were being in solidarity as well as they themselves. Some of them, the family members, and those people who are taking drugs come from the very constituencies. So I think it was in that line that some official government got involved, or some high profile persons in the country got involved. And I think I commend everybody who got involved in the process. And let's see what happens after today.
Okay. All right. I hope
Yeah,
that.
Gazi.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Welcome.
how you doing?
I'm great. Let's hear you.
Yeah. Please, I want to talk to Councillor Gould, man. I want for you to give my number to him. Let me call him, man. I got issue I want to explain it to him.
Okay. Privately, right?
Please. Yeah,
So
please.
there is my number. My number is 776-735-297.
So listen to the number. Just so listen and take down his number.
My number is 0776 735-297.
Are you there?
You get me on WhatsApp. You get me on
Yeah,
WhatsApp.
Yeah, 776.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said 72.
73735297.
5297.
97. Yeah, that's my number.
You said 4297.
53. You said 735297, right?
776
Yeah.
73
73
52 52 97.
97. You got it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
So he
I think
called
you can call
now.
him later because he's on the
Yeah,
show.
come in later because I on the show already.
Okay, thank you, Yagazi. Thank you. I
Welcome.
really proud of you. Thank you.
Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yagazi, good evening.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
Let me say good evening to His Excellency President Baka and all the panelists on Spoon FM. You see, this is Summer D. Kekwa from Broadway, this is 17. Let me appreciate Liberian who went on the street to call the attention of my government or the Liberian government when it comes to illicit drugs in our country. Like, many have said, it was provocating to have seen lawmakers, former lawmakers, people who are supposed to be preventing or maybe protecting the future of the nation, seeing it only rain, making it look like, there are people who want to go and protest for jobs. No, these people should be solving our problem in the country and speaking in the context of lawmaker and minister, whether former or current. These people shouldn't have gone down there and go make it look like these are people who are being affected. These are the people who are protecting people who bring jobs in the country. So that beyond the street, it was millionaires and one of the appreciated women and all generally who done a cry, to protest against jobs. And lastly, let me say to Samuel Raska, Stephen Waterspoon do not come on the radio and want to use sarcastic remark on the on the CEO, on the network by saying he brought calamity on the nation, so God will deal with him and God will punish him. You know what Stanton had done for many Liberians on the station? They just gave somebody, I think, 800 when it comes to a woman who called and told him privately. You don't find it strange? You think when it comes to politics, somebody use any instrument to detect someone's heart? Joseph Bala is doing well. Yes, Stanton has had his own personal issue. He has criticized the government publicly and privately, and he has also recommended. So to sit in your own corner and call on radio every day and be insulting people and be using sarcastic remarks, do not get to Stanton. Stanton support the government. You only meet people who brought the government to power, but he has not sat to just see everything going wrong. He has always criticized. He always brought people on the network to criticize the government, to also appreciate the government.
Thank
you so much for the show.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person here. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello, my name is Mother Love Agnes Tisa, and I'm from the Banjo community.
Let's have your mother.
I was in the street today, was went to the Capitol building, and I think I spoke to some of your colleagues today. You know, I got a problem with the drugs. I myself too. I know how it takes for parents to cry on their children every day on us. Mother, you please pray for our children, our boys' children, our girls' children. Going wayward is not easy. And I think I struck a point today pertaining to this drugs issue. One got to do with the graveyard. If we want the drugs to completely leave this country, we have to visit the graveyard, take all the people that are in the graveyard, find a place and carry them. The second thing got to do with the ghettos in the communities, those small entertainment centers, they sell drugs there. We need to find means, go to all those entertainment centers, make sure they are not selling drugs to the people. The third thing got to do with the drugstores. We'll be looking at those ghettos. We'll be looking at the importing drugs, but we're forgetting to know that these drugstores too have drugs in it. Most of those drugs that can make people sleep, they're selling it in the drugstores. We also have to look at them. Okay. Then the last one you have to do with the people that are selling the drugs. Sometimes when you report them to the police, The police can have common ground with those people. When they come back in the community, they harm you. If you see a lot of people don't talk about these things, they are so afraid because when they come out to speak, police people come after them. The same drug dealers come after them, send armed robbers to them, send people to harm them. So when you see people not talking about these things, that the reason why some people see the ghettos, they don't talk.
Thank you.
So when you can get rid of all of these things, trust me, even in the schools, there are teachers that carry drugs to the school and give it to our children. So let's look at all of these different places and see how best we can get it out.
Thank you very much.
So that's my own opinion.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's talk to this person on this line. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, hello, sir.
Hello.
Can I talk to the council? I want to ask the council a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
If a group sat down together in the absence of their constitution for that organization, and they put a OU or a policy together and say, this is our document for work, for our policy for working, is that not to set up to working tools? And is it now, in case of anything, to go to the court, will the court not look and say yes? Say you're not the constitution, yes, and you get your working tool with the MOU and your policy document. Will it not be valid before the competent court of jurisdiction? Anthony asking this question, I want to know.
Okay.
Councilor, you got me?
Councilor, did you get him?
If you're having your personal issues that you want us to help advise you on, just call us. Don't bother. We can use this show to do that.
All right.
Councilor, you got it?
So call the councilor privately and talk to him, huh?
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. Let's hear this person out. Hello. Hello. Let's talk to this person.
Yeah, guys, how are you?
I'm good. Let's hear you.
Yeah, guys, the way they call, call CEO, like make a call, I just about that song here. Yeah, guys, CEO, this station where you can call. You say hello, they say give me your number. You go for food. You can call. You say hello, they say come on, single. They may just call him, man. That's why like you get to the CEO, yes. That's why we turn around because CEO.
Well, just go ahead.
I come here.
That man is
no,
free to give his views. So just go ahead and give your own view.
That's why go to that man. CEO that want to go him be even though in the problem, but we know that me and no my power the all the content. My power is a guy. You will let your hand to your elbow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello? We lost that person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, good evening, people. I guess and good evening to the country, good evening to the listener. My name is Emmanuel Sano Jr. To James we are, I guess, in my attention, I think they put to the project. I've seen the of this project, which I don't support the reason of me not supporting the project because those who gather themselves today are those people who making avenue for this garden to dwell in their houses and make it money loving to this. Just as today was just a day that money go look for men, you see money of loving. And you go protest and if you taking photo, then you take.
So you can't go protest or take picture, my man?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's your opinion. CEO, let's squeeze in this person. Before coming to you. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello. How are you? This is Mohammed Foy. I do join the conversation from Brooklyn Park, Minnesota.
Yeah, please go ahead quickly.
Where I continue to understand the councilor continue to say in solidarity. We agree in solidarity, but I would also like to take this time to encourage all community dwellers, community members, those who are in the community to not only sit and look out. I think the best way to be informal is to hide your identity and to whosoever giving the information will be responsible to also share your information. It was a great stand, first time for me to see everybody hand on decks and supporting one initiatives. Let me say kudos to the organizer and those who turn out today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. CEO, welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much, man. We just bought in today. You know this piece yet? Councilor, you know this one? Hey, Lapu living for my last son. So, Councilor, I think you were born on the weekend. I'm trying to start something new today. How you doing today?
Cool, man. Cool, bro.
Max. Hey, Max. Hey. Max. So listen, it's for all the bachelor out there and all those that went out there to celebrate today as they try to do the best to say no to drugs. Say no to drugs. It's just running in my head. Everybody got to say no to drugs. Everybody got to say no to drugs. The big shots, and the little man, the users, everybody got to come out and say no to drugs. And so it's a wonderful day today. This is the day the Lord has made. Yakazi, it's good to see you back. You've been under the weather, but thank God you are pulling through. We hope not to keep it at 1 a.m. We hope not. When you get a sedition coming on the show, they love to keep you guys really late in studio. And, but I like this piece, and I think it's Christopher.
I'm here up to 12:30. That's all.
That basically, it's Crystal Change and Floxy, and talking about Max, CRC too. CRC, yeah, it's a good piece. Y'all can see, have you heard it before, right?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good piece though, right?
Yes, it's a good song.
But you can only enjoy the song when you get X. If you don't have X that our brother consider good, you don't have to play this song. Because everybody's saying, Max. And Lapu lead a man for the landlord's son. And the man said, turn up fire Lapu. But I've been saying it's a good day because men and women in position and out of position, they took to the street, activists, took to the street to say no to drugs. And I think the president was in Zigo. He was part of it as well. Say no to drugs. You put politics in it, you put politics at your business, just say no to drugs. Today we'll be speaking to the orator of July 26th, Reverend Dawn. He will be on the show today. And we'll also be speaking to Mama Bridge Mensah, the representative. I think she's coming in studio, Yakazi, the representative from Bon County. We will be speaking to her as well. It will be a beautiful, wonderful show, say no to drugs. But other stuff happening in the country, big things happening in the country. Some good, some bad, and some just in the midst. They say it's in the middle right there. Consi. So welcome everybody. Gus Williams, how you doing? It's good to see you. Sam Newman, Sammy, what's going on, my friend? Lawrence Yegua, it's good to see you. Samson Kroma, as always. Roslyn Tewa, Sam Vokwa. Wait. Is this my Uncle Sam Vokwa? No, I don't think that's him though. I think that's him, right? Maybe he's from Guapulu. I don't know. Sam Vokwa is here. I want to say to all of you, it will be a beautiful show today. It will be a wonderful show today because you woke up this morning. It means that God loves you. Some people, I can call a speech, I can make plan with a friend. When they on there, they mean by my business, I said no to drugs. But I said to you, Councilor, I said to you, Dr. Richardson, welcome to the show, though. This time we haven't CMC in front of our name.
Yes.
As always, Councilor, it will be a wonderful show. But how you doing today, Dr. Richardson? Councilor, how are you? Let's hear your backstory, saying that everybody was saying no to drugs today. We're going to start the show tonight. Tonight, I will announce to everybody, tonight, we are having Reverend Dawn, the orator of July 26th. He said a lot. And listen, I admire him. So we're going to be having a very, very unique program. We'll also have Representative Mama Bridge Mensah, the female representative, one of the Iron Lady female in the house. Mama Bridge Mensah, she flip-flop, but she hold her ground. and we're going to have her on the show tonight. So to all of you out there, share the show right now. Share the show, and we're going to say to you, join us. Let's make this. Samuel Sagama, I think Samuel Sagama from Minnesota. I think he is. I think I met him once. I think he was. If this is the same guy, Councilor, I think he was CDC chairman at the time in Minnesota. I don't know. I beg you, Sam. Tell me if that's you, though. I think he was CDC chairman at the time in Minnesota, and he fled. He fled because of some kind of treatment CDC gave him. I'm going to leave that, though. But Peter Topa shared the show. Christian Sigbe shared the show. Mark DeWee. Again, okay, he said he's from Australia. So maybe he left Minnesota, he went to Australia. Anthony Cody shared the show. Joseph Dolo Yang. Joseph Yang is here as well. Christiana Massacre is here. Pierre Campbell, our own sister, is in the house. James Etter. Welcome to the show, James Etter Double. Iyo White is here. We're going to bring Ivan Watson. Panam Fambulet. I think this is the Pana I know, but maybe she changed her last name or she got married now to a Fambulet, probably like that. I know a lot of people, unlike you, Councilor. I know a lot of people. Who do you know, Councilor? Who you know? Councilor, when I hear you unmute yourself, who you know? I know a lot of people. Who do you know?
I know Stanton Witherspoon.
Nah, don't put me in your mess, my man. Don't do that.
Well, I don't know many people. The few that I know, at least I know you. What's the problem? Simple.
No, so tell me, when you started knowing me?
Since from the time you were beyond MTA.
Yeah, because so everybody now, because I from beyond MTA, me like everybody from Ghana know me now. I never met you before. Yeah. I don't know you.
Yeah, so I know you, my friend. I don't have to be acquainted with you. I know you.
Very good. You know him.
Yeah, but that I mean, on the show, everybody should wait for the time to talk, though. If not the time, please mute yourself.
The man know you. Boy, you can't
know you. I know.
Please mute yourself. Now your time. But let's talk about that. Richardson, who do you know?
Nobody.
Apart from CMC, who do you know?
Nobody. I'm happy to not know.
Get very and go.
You get value. I get value.
Apart from CMC, who you know?
And so, do you know the responsibilities that I have? It's a sacrifice for me to come here and be on this show. And it's a sacrifice for you to even know me.
It's a what?
You can't know nobody. You know.
Oh, wait. That emergency. Let me do something for you. You say what happened? It's a sacrifice for me to know you.
Mm-hmm.
Nande? Okay. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Also,
it's a sacrifice for me to know you.
I appreciate coming on the show to just.
No, I do appreciate you. I do appreciate each and every one that joined us. And you know, it's hard to deal with you and Glendy and all of you that come.
Why you say that?
No, but let me say what's on my mind. Let them do this today. And I think it's okay that we get two male and two females, right? Let me say what's on my mind.
Mm-hmm.
It's very hard to actually do some of the things. And guys, thank you for following us, share the show. We're getting to the show. It's very hard to, we are not free when you guys on the show. Me, I'm not free.
Why?
I'm not free. Yeah. Why? Because you're quick
to
get back.
You enjoy your day today. That thing you listen to that fly, you listen to.
Wait, let me say the thing.
Let me go come on because I
No. If you leave, there is imbalance. If you leave, there is imbalance. I mean, we can't tell the truth. I mean, Glenny, let me say this. Sometimes it's good that you listen to your ex. So, and I want to say this on behalf of Glenny, we'll play this song. That's a message to our ex. On behalf of Glenny, let's play this song. All right? Listen to it. On behalf of Glenny, we'll play this song. She want me to play this.
To who?
A message to our
I want you to play it to who?
You said I'm gonna play it to your ex now.
Or forbid.
Listen. Listen, though. First of all, we get no copyright to this. This is Granny to her ex. This is on behalf of Granny. Listen to this. Listen. Granny, what you saying to your ex? Don't fire your ex.
Share this, and I always see you do.
Listen, Granny, my ex. My ex. Jenny, so listen, on behalf of you, you told me to play this. I don't know who you're talking to, but listen, this is the reason why we cannot do what we want to do on the show. Because you will come, you will send your message to us. If we send it out there, you get vexed. That Richardson will come on the show. She talk about CMC. If we talk about CMC, she get vexed. But when the men appear, we got no feelings. Straight talk. Straight talk. Let's answer that yet. The only person among the men that can complain, y'all know who can complain when all the men appear. Y'all know
who can complain? Tell me. Who can complain that? Tell me.
Big, I'm gonna call somebody in here. You know. But among the men, who can complain? Among the men, who can complain?
I'm asking you.
No, among all the men, who can complain?
I don't be looking at. I appreciate
that you.
I love emotions.
Glenny are too strong. I can't complain. Nothing can move me, Glenny.
You can
Glenny, if you pass through the water and fire that have passed through, nothing move you no more. Nothing.
That's not a nice way to behave.
Nothing move you. If you can pass through the water and fire, nothing move you no more. Somebody talk about CMC that Richardson get first, you run for the show.
No, that's not what that was.
Somebody talk about Granny Pastor, Granny get first, you run over from the show. I mean, how you do this thing? Granny get her pastor.
When that occurred? When did it occur?
When Fubi was talking about the Bible, and he mentioned Fubi, remind Granny on the show. We got a clip.
What Bible is that Fubi was talking about?
Fubi like Christian. He's a believer.
But who say in Christian?
Oh, he got to recognize his Christianity, his religion.
So he wearing now? The Reverend Dr. Fubi hearing?
Fubi.
I'm practicing to be a reverend. So
they call you Reverend Doctor.
In the near future, we'll take the pulpit.
I want to confirm.
Doesn't the Lord deserve to be heard by the people?
What's that?
And he said, "Oh, the seven."
Fubi said that's serious. Fubi, not serious, man.
What's that?
Let the Holy Spirit come down and consume you. Amen.
Who can preach that out for me?
Everybody got their own style. Oh, you're about my style developing.
But guys, you know, listen, we want to be grateful to God for the beautiful, beautiful Thursday. Glenny and myself missed the day today. I said, Glenny, today Thursday. She said, no, not today, though. But you know, we're going to have the Reverend Don. Glenny, I read it seriously. His first name, though, I just hear Reverend Don. What's his first name?
Emmett Lafayette Dunn. Reverend Dr. Emmett Lafayette Dunn.
For me, put Reverend before your name too now. Reverend Dr. For me.
I'm conferring that degree onto you so you can just pull title.
Yeah, we are you.
Reverend Dr. So, but on a serious note, I'm happy that the Richardson, because we are bringing in the Reverend Dr. Emmett, I believe. Emmett, thank you. Emmett Don. I do believe, because when you listen to him, the way in which he presented his case, when he spoke as an orator on July 26th, that was powerful. That was powerful. And I think that we should listen to him today and make people understand, and let's ask him some questions. This is exactly what we all want to do. It's a big deal today in our country. The issue about drugs, how it's destroying our people, things that are happening to the young men and women in the country. So we appreciate you, all of you that are joining us. Continue to share the show. One Reverend Don join us. The Reverend Dr. John comes on. We will be able to discuss the issue concerning Liberia and his message again to the Liberian people. I want to welcome you, my brother counselor. Always blessed having you with your legal mind. Some people may disagree with you. I mean, that's the fact, the issue, and others appreciate you like me on the Spoon Talk Counselor Go. Phoebe Harriman, thank you very much for your contribution. I think you are having a great impact in everything we do, the laughs, the jokes, and everything. Thank you as always. We appreciate you, Glennie. Thank you for doing everything in your weak ways, even if that 10, 15 minutes you appear before you go on your hustle. We appreciate you, Glennie. Thank you for joining us. Dr. Richardson, you can get by on CMC, but you're getting there, Dr. Richardson. You're getting there. You will cross over a.
I don't get mad
You
about
cross. You will cross over a. Let me bring you in now. Let me finish and bring you in, sister. You see, the CMC name again come against you in that room. It's always good to see you because as a global chair, I think you're having more impact. I think you're doing extremely well by reaching out, and you get more to do. You get a long hill to climb, but I think you can do it though, because it's not by the education we have, it's just by your personality. And I think you try. I think you will get there. And I wish CMC well. This too is Liberia. We are trying to make Liberia better in the best way we can. If I can be of any help, or a consultant, Glennie, look at my hand. Glennie, I'll be a consultant of Musa ability.
Oh, my dead body.
Oh, you see, that's an insult to me, though. I put my hand to be a consultant, you say, oh, your dead body?
Stand up.
I'll be a consultant of Sir Joseph. I'll be a consultant of Sir Joseph Party.
Now?
No. You see, you just hurt my feelings.
This is why I can get off this show. This is why I get upset. Because you don't allow me to speak.
But I will be a consultant of Sir Joseph Party.
That's fine. It's fine. You can be a consultant to whoever you want to be.
But I said I will be a consultant to Musa. You said no.
No, the reason why, do you know why? Because you and Musa are already friends. Whether I want you to be consultant or not, you get, when Musa come to America, you'll come to my house, you'll take a picture when I'm not in.
Musa can come to America now?
The last time the player took a picture with him, where was he?
That Point Fort Junction.
Oh, okay. Then that Point Fort Junction, you can be in later Miami.
But no, Musa can come to America now? Seriously?
Whatever. I'm not.
No, listen, let me decrease my heart. Musa can come to America now?
So let me finish telling you why I get upset. Because as a sister to you, when we talk about the show, you and myself can be cracking joke with between. You can extend your jokes and your craziness to the show. And you know the entire life listening. So this is why I get mad at you, because you don't know.
Okay, 6 p.m.
when to become professional and when not to be professional when we're talking.
Okay, so you say I will be professional every time in my life.
You know how to do it. I will not change it for you.
Exactly. That Richardson, I can never be.
But I don't get mad. I just
Well, you hurt my feelings, Jenna. You say I cannot be a consultant of Musa. Let me call Musa. You just told me, say I cannot be a consultant of Musa. So, and so the people that you want people like Paul Kennedy and Councilor Gooden to be consultant. And some of us are sincere. You know what? I will go back to Joseph Boaka. I will still go my papa. You don't want me. CDC don't want me. Musa don't want me.
You all left.
Joseph don't want me.
You ever left?
I don't know why you really like Paul Kennedy. The man really like Glennie. The man really like Paul Kennedy.
I was still with my papa.
Still sleeping at Paul Kennedy.
You know, let me say this to all of y'all. Y'all say you don't want me, and I want everybody hearing it. I will stick with my old man Joseph Boaka. And you're getting fair. And when I stick with Joseph Boaka, all of y'all will leave the show. I alone will be here.
No problem.
Start tonight.
You ready for the
Don't mind him.
I will still with my papa Joseph Boaka. Hey, you want me? No problem.
Stay up, Papa.
I still my young man, Clarence money back.
From where? I mean, what Clarence money back?
Dr. Moneyback is around. What are you talking about?
Is he married now? Is he married?
Not a real Dr. Moneyback.
Is he married now? Is he married? Is he married now? Is he married?
Just here, right?
Wait. Dr. Richard say, is Dr. Mobile married now? Paul Kennedy. Don't you not hearing the question?
He was in North Carolina. He's meeting with Liberians all around the country.
Let Paul finish. Ask the question.
You will know your question.
You ask the question.
Liberians,
let me try. We ask the question
for their support and their improved, their support in the past elections. So that is around, mingling and talking to people.
Your time will finish. Go ahead.
Telling them whatever.
I think he brings a lot.
Donald Richardson win now. Just wait. That's the main feeling.
Question. We are behind a different fight.
That question will be ignored. Listen, I will pretend like that's not even here.
Wait, Paul. Paul, seriously. No, seriously. Liberian people want to know, Paul. Is your political leader that Clarence married?
Who is the Liberian people? Anything come to your heart, anything come to your mind, and Liberian people. How you define Liberian people? You want? You said the Liberian people want to know. Are you the Liberian people?
I can send the show. You can be bringing it all on the show everywhere.
Liberian people want to know.
But I mean, that's not fair, Dr. Richardson. That's not fair. Dr. Richardson, I think you see my sister. And you do this thing to me. I asked him, Paul, a basic, fundamental question. Okay? The Bible says the bishop should have only one wife. They should know how to manage their house. They should get married. But wait, it says plenty way. Paul Kennedy got a candidate. Let everybody have the 1 more minute to speak, right? Let me go first. I beg you. The Liberian people want to know, Paul, and take this. No, it's not a joke. During the election, we all were praying that this young man, he can go ahead and do that which is right. If he wins, he was going to get married in the executive mansion. But what we are looking at now, he didn't win. So we are asking you, Paul Kennedy, is he married now? Will you guys going for wedding meeting now? Who's the bridegroom? Who's the best man?
Your question finished.
Who is he getting? No, but let me. Paul, let me finish.
Answer. You ask a question, you need answer.
No.
I'm ready to give you the answer. I'm ready to tell you the truth. I'm here to tell you the truth.
Paul, can I finish? Paul, I beg you, my brother. Can I finish? I beg you. You know, I beg you. Give me only 30 more seconds. I'm trying to put something up, Paul. Please give me 30 more seconds. Please. Let me put this up.
Gossip King.
No, I'm waiting for him today.
I know, brother. Waiting. No problem.
You see me? Listen. What I'm wearing a military top. You will get anything you want.
That military top for America, enough for me. That military top for America, enough for me. For America, enough for me.
I've always told you, America is my Bapolu brother.
Okay, right? So let me put America Paul. Let the police go to Paul. This is the bachelorette for president. Okay.
Yeah. Where you getting all I want from again? Look at the guy muscle, my man. Look at that guy is ready, energetic, dynamic, moving, trying to move.
The question people are asking. The question people are asking.
A young, dynamic, energetic, smart, educated, and honest, transparent person with integrity to move it. This guy has everything in him. Look at it. Look at it, gentlemen.
Wait, Sister Gladys, wait. What you feeling?
Listen, I'm finished. What are you talking about?
So only one question everybody want to answer and we'll move on. Is he married? Is he married, Paul?
Yeah, but take the picture down now. Let me look at your face and answer you.
No, we can hear you. We can hear you speak.
No, I need to look at Glennie's face when I answer.
Paul, look at it, man. Look at this man. Talk.
When I'm drowning away, my sister look at hold me back. So let me be real. Let's come back to the issue.
Yeah.
I am an executive committee member of the Liberian National Union. I am clothed with the authority to speak on the progress of the party. However, when it comes to the personal life preferences of my party leader, I will refer you to him. Stand on, you got a number for everybody in Liberia you want to talk to them. Call Dr. Moniba and ask him whether he's married and why he's not married. When we look at party spends, when we look at national issue, the least I'm thinking about right now is the man's personal life. Why should I be dragging his personal life into the issue of students outside of schools, in the issue of drugs lingering around our streets, in the issue of people unemployed without pay, without jobs? You want to take all of these over the man one personal individualized preference? The issue of getting married is the preference of Dr. Moniba, and I will respect that to him.
You were him, Paul.
So don't come here when the country is drowning and need solutions. Then you're trying to find solution for the main personal problem over the national issue. That's why we get a platform here for. Let's talk national issues and start looking at people's personalized life. Thank you.
But a national issue they do.
Wait. You cannot
It's not a national issue.
No.
Why are you talking about national? Fubi, you married? Fubi Henry, you married?
Brother Paul, you finish. I beg you.
Dr. Hero, getting your personal life?
No. Paul, we all hear you now. We all hear you. I beg you. You raised some good point, right? I beg you. And thank God we get the data. They will must spend 20 years going to school to get double data. 20 years tenure. She was celebrating it today on Facebook. The woman, she know the subject matter. We'll get to her. Dr. Richardson, now you, Glennie, you don't know the subject matter when it comes to marriage. So
I don't know anything. I need it said. You must say that fighting. I don't need it.
So you just decided you're going to insult Glennie?
I don't care. You think I care for him? I see his
when it comes to the issue of marriage, you know what?
I know nothing. I know marriage.
That's like, let me keep quiet. The guy doesn't like come from my mother. Let me keep quiet. But on a serious note, I put the picture up, right? Seriously, I put a picture up. Paul telling us to look at Clarence mobile muscle. I just take the picture down. I just take it down.
Because you get muscle.
But at the muscle you look at?
So
everybody look at different things. When I look at that picture, I see people with integrity.
Moniba used to play American football.
That's what I'm about to say.
Yeah, he played American football. Yeah. I think he went to the NFL, but I'm not sure. But
no, he didn't. He didn't make the NFL.
He played
college ball.
Yeah, college. Yeah. And there's a reason why he didn't make the NFL.
I think he was substituting that college ball, right? Because
he played.
But I'm muscle when you get on the real playing muscle there.
But after the football,
muscle strings.
That the muscle may not get married. That after football muscle. Then you bow. Then I gotta stop feeding off you. You're very bad. So I want to say, Clarence Mawala, my man, seriously, you hear myself.
At least thank God the current issue came to take your mouth from Dr. Richardson a little bit. At least thank God for that.
That's all right. I'm going to check on my soup. I'll be right back.
But take the camera there. Take the camera. Let's see your soup.
I bet you have become.
Take the camera. Take the camera. Let's see your soup.
The soup boiling, man.
I bet you have become a permanent cook.
Take the computer.
The Babe has become a permanent cook.
Hey, my man. Now what happened when you're 72 and you married 35-year-old woman? Take the camera there.
The Babe has become a permanent cook.
Stop me like that. Now people that appreciate it. Papa, let's see the soup.
I come here, my man. I don't know how to do that. Look.
You see, but we're not seeing it. We're not seeing it. Don't let that happen.
Turn the camera around. Turn the camera around.
You see it now?
No.
Now we can see it. Go down some more. There you go. We see the soup, Papa.
You see my soup now? Okay.
We see it. I don't mind it. They can
turn the stove off. Turn the stove off.
No, I got it on low, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got it on low.
Let me ask you a question though. You do all the cooking in your house?
90%. 90%.
Wow.
Okay.
My wife doesn't cook. She doesn't clean. She doesn't do nothing but work and bring money in, and I'm the house husband.
Okay.
Okay, beautiful.
Yeah, I'm the
beautiful.
one, like the one that stay at home husband.
All right.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
So at the age of 72, in the next 3 to 5 years, that will put you in the nursing home.
No,
and why you in the nursing home?
And I'm possible. She can't look at my muscle. Tell her take the money back. Look at my muscle. Look at my muscle. You want me to take out my shine on the TV?
No.
Wait now, don't take out your shot. We'll make you. Don't take out your shot. No, Dr. Muscle.
We want to muscle.
I see your muscle. Where you get nothing to talk to, they don't go.
So, Dr. Mama, your stand-up bearer for muscles. That is stand-up bearer. That is muscle stand-up bearer there.
I got upper and lower muscle. Upper and lower muscles.
So let's move on. That's it. The only time you make conversation too much.
TMI. That TMI there.
Ladies and gentlemen, all of you that joining us, whenever we come here, let me say this, right? Whenever we come here, listen, we leave our family, enter into our offices, in our closet to do the show, to entertain you, okay? It's nothing serious. If you put your coat suit on and your dress suit when you leave work, drop it. Just come on, let's have fun. But through having fun, we talk about the seriousness in our country. Today, before the guests come on, we got Reverend Dr. Don. He will be coming on 6 p.m. That will be 10 p.m. Liberian time. We got Mama Bridgman, the representative from Bone County. She's coming out to talk about the drugs issue. The country is not burning. We miss Liberia. Every one of us here, for now, the only person in Liberia right now that dies. And imagine it's hard to be away, to stay away from sweet home, Liberia. So to those of you in Liberia, you guys are blessed. Though it may be hard, it look dark, it's not easy, but you can wake up in the morning and you hear the bird sign and the chicken do coo-coo-coo. You can go under your plum tree and find some plum on the ground. You can walk out and see children playing, and you enjoy the goodness of your country. So I said to you, let's just all try to make Liberia a better place. Maybe not for us, but our children and grandchildren, who probably will be returning home as doctors, lawyers, nurses, accountants, engineers, just to contribute to the father homeland and the mother homeland. So through it all, we will laugh and joke, but we'll discuss the issue. If we offend you in any way, we are sorry. We are not 100% and will not be 100%. But we always strive towards perfection and to speak about the goodness of our country. And I say thanks to all the organizers that came today to say, we're going to talk to the nation and speak to the world at large to say no to drugs. It was powerful. You guys did extremely well. The message is out. The government must act and act now. Even if the past government failed, we that fought to bring Joseph Barker to power, we have it all to make our country better. We may not 100% eliminate drugs in the country, but at least we'll try our best to leave a legacy that this government fought and achieved something when it comes to drugs. So on this note, I want to welcome Dr. Richardson, Sis Glendy, Phoebe Henry, Paul Kennedy, Darius Doe, Uncle Sam Jackson, the retired Colonel Ed Raymond Gray, and Councilor Lafayette Gould. Dr. Richardson, say no to drugs. Let's brush off while we wait for the guests to enter studio.
Well, it was a good display of unity, and I saw the women actually organize themselves and have one voice, which is to say no to drugs. This is a good step. I look forward to more procedures, more steps. What's next after we have this wonderful awareness campaign, which is again saying no to drugs. I'm interested in knowing what's next. What are they going to do next? You know, I saw that the president had a list of things that he wants to champion. He wants to develop curriculum in drugs in a high school or elementary school about drugs. I saw that he wants to strengthen the legal department in which they can talk, they can sort of support informants. And there were much more he said in terms of how he's going to fight drugs. For me, I always like the nitty gritty. I don't like a lot of flowery things because in our country, for 178 years, I believe our leaders were very flowery in the way they spoke. We just heard things, but there were no substance. So if you're going to tell me about an informant program, the informant program that I know in the United States is quite detailed. You know, that sometimes take you away to another county, another state, county in Liberia, but another state. They de-identify you, you know, they pay you. I want to know more how that's going to work. When you tell me you're going to present curriculum into the high school about drugs, my brain tells me, you know, the way it works. I want to know what kind of curriculum are you going to present in? What grade are you going to start from? Do the parents need to get permission? All of this, a lot of details that come with these things that we just sometimes speak. So I just want to say it was a wonderful effort. I have to say that I was a bit disappointed. There was a video, and I think Mr. Kennedy, you shared this, and of this man who was in distress. I would like to say, I'm not sure what is his distress related to him using substance abuse, but it's a good guess if I would say that he was actually in the manhole. You know, the manhole that people dig that, you know, they for electricity or sometimes for sewer system to pass through. He was laying in there. And for me, I thought, and I think Portia Kennedy shared the same thought that I share, people who have dealt with this substance abuse issue. He was just, and people were taking his picture. That was an emergency situation to me. Okay. That was where the fight against drugs started for me. Okay. What do you do with that kind of a person just laying? I mean, he kind of woke up for a little bit. His eyes were shown, and then he went back, and I saw people taking picture. I didn't see once any alarm in terms of let's call the emergency, let's talk to him, let's find out. But again, it was a video, so I don't know what happened after that. But I thought about him. He's to me is the fight against drugs. He's the picture that I have in my mind when I think about saying no to drugs. So thank you, Stanton, for the opportunity to express myself.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Just that we'll play that video, right? And I took the video and I sent it to some of the organizers immediately when Paul posted that in the chat room. And they said, oh no, where is this place? And I think we'll be hearing from them. You are right. The picture began to circulate, and I personally sent it to some of the organizers that I know. And it's just we just seen this because they were at another location when people another station captured that, so they were informed, and we're waiting to hear from them what become of that man in the well. Yes, he was in that drainage area. Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Says Glennie, say no to drugs. Let's hear you, man.
I think today was a historic day for Liberia, when people from different walks of life, different countries, even for us here, join a protest that everyone was probably speaking under the scene to say no to drugs. To the organizers, today, I want to refer to the bearer of this thing, to Amma, who was simply crying out as a mother, not knowing what to do with her child. And then the Liberians heard her, and they started this. I want to say thank you. I think it was I've been up since 3 o'clock, 3 a.m. trying to follow, be a part of it, even though I'm not in Liberia, but I wanted to be a part of it. And I just want to say thank you. I hope that I know with the people that are leading, Lavetta and Sunny and all of those women who have Jojo, who have come together to do this. When we have a focus, when we have a goal, when we have a numerator, we can all work together. So everything, the focus was on drugs. And I like that some of the things that they even emphasized here when they came and talked about the fact that this is apolitical. It was strictly apolitical. Everybody came together today. And to them, I want to say kudos. I'm sure they'll go back and look at what they've done and see how could we have done it differently? Could we have done it? Are we satisfied with what the output was? And where do we go from here? I think the biggest part of the work that they did today is still ahead of them. But I want to say thank you to them. Thank you to all of them. Thank you to all of the Liberians in the ring. Today, before I close, something happened to me. I saw my high school instructor, Sister Mary Lorraine Brown, taught me French in Cathedral High School. From 10th grade to 12th grade, I saw her in the ring. And I immediately connected to be able to speak to her. And I've reconnected to her from today. I mean, I knew she was there, but it just moved me that Sister Lorraine was there to also carry that mantle today. So I want to say thank you to all of the men. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Plenty. We have the petition. It's out there. Go over the petition that is presented to the government. Through the legislature, we have Representative Mama Bridge Mensa in studio. We'll be bringing her on shortly. We'll speak to her for 30 minutes, then we'll bring in the Dr. Reverend Don, the orator for July 26, 2025. Paul, let's hear you. Sorry, Paul. Let's go as we come in after the female. We'll bring in Councillor Gu. Councillor Gu, welcome to the show. Let's hear you say no to drugs, Councillor.
Thank you. Thank you. And let me say good evening to my fellow panelists. I think we all spoke about the march today. We all gave our support. And today we saw that it was successful. We just look forward now to seeing what the government can do with the petition that was submitted, and what we as a people can continue to do from our end, from the community side, from the churches, from the mosques, from our business centers, from the schools, anywhere that we find ourselves, what we ourselves can continue to do to fight drugs. It will put the government under more pressure to act when we as the people ourselves are deeply involved in ensuring that we show the high outs for some of these drug traffickers and even the users, areas to call ghettos, when communities leadership can start to form some kind of other watch team or security team that can move around from and block to block to ensure that all those unfinished buildings and high outs for drug users are identified and rated and actions are taken. I think we will score a good mark in the fight against drug. But if we just go and sit down and say we're waiting to see what the government will do, then it means we're going back to square one. So we, the people, we live with the people in the communities. We know some of them. We know their high house. We know where they gather. We must take the bull by the horn. In as much as we want the government to act, we ourselves as a people must act as well. So look forward to seeing a collective fight against drugs going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to bring in Mama Bridge, and guys, we'll get to the rest of the team later. We are pressing with time here. We hope to bring in everybody. Let's talk about this. Sorry, guys. Let's also rotate because I got to bring. Okay, nobody. I got to bring the studio. I'll bring you back, Darius. I beg you. Thank you very much. Let me bring in Representative Mama Bridge. All right. So, Representative, don't touch it. We can hear you. Welcome to the show. It's good to have you all. Thank you for joining us. How are you today?
Oh, I'm so tired today.
Nelson, can you adjust the representative camera, please, and the microphone?
Celebrating all day. I can actually imagine on the rain. So it's good to be here, and thanks for what you do for us.
Representative, 1 minute, please. Yakasi, can you increase the volume, adjust the camera? The woman, that pretty woman, why are you hiding her face? Can you hear us now? Mama. All right, let's just wait. Okay, sir, very quick. Talk to us while we wait for the representative to settle in.
Yeah, okay, look, clearly you have to give the organizers an A for their efforts, clearly, okay? But I don't think even they understand the depth of this drug problem in Liberia. It is deeper, wider, and the effects are more consequential and damaging to the society than they can even imagine. You know, I saw the resolution. Clearly, the resolution was written by people with good intentions, but they needed to do a lot of groundwork before making some recommendations. Because the whole thing on a social welfare policy, rehabilitation, and all the other things there, we're not strong enough. We're not strong enough. The thing on interdiction, you talk about life sentence, you know, the recommendations is just like basically just like people who try to do their best, but it needed, and I don't know whether they talked to Dr. Benjamin Harris, who is one of the few psychiatrists on the ground, whether they talk to people who are actively involved in drug rehabilitation, like my friend Reverend Samuel Nunu and others, right? And then our program, Determined Youth Against Poverty. So, but the efforts are good. But I can tell you, if this is how they're going to start, and this is how they're going to move, a week or two or a month from now, we're not going to see anything. Unless
Okay, so let hold you there. We have the representative. Let's try to see if she can hear us. Representative Mensah, are we good now?
Yeah, I think so. Are you hearing me also?
Yes, you're super good. Yeah. Thank you for joining us. Thank you.
Okay, and let me say again, what happened today in Liberia just tell us the women still have the power. We saw it during the war, and if women can just call on one another, and we were able to put up the number we put up, I would say it was not about knowing everything. It was about taking the first step. And the journey to 1,000 miles is the first step. And then we can start from there and take it from there and see what we can do with a collaborative effort. Even you can call also the leaders. You can call other people and also give your contribution. Uncle Sam, because you've been around long, you are people that will help us in the process. Like I always say, it's not about scoring goal. It's not about making points. It's about us coming together to see what can happen. So because, see what happened today. While we were under the rain running around, people were finding a way to pass and bring in drugs again. So the issue of it is everybody's business. And that is why I've called on them to see how best we can have a women task force. Let's get to the ghetto. We're not arresting them, but we wanted them. We wanted them going in their homes and tell them, we heard you selling drugs. The next time we come, we'll put you outside. So when we do that, they will know we mean business. We went Ghana, we slept on the floor. We were all under the sun. We're everywhere. They gave the women hotel those days in peace talk, and they refused. They said, no, we want to sleep in the living room. So why can't we do it now? And I know we can do it. We started today. I must applaud everybody, all of the ministry, most of them. People closed their offices and they came out. So it's about us. We have few parts in a petition that we need to look at and amend the law. That is will of the people. If they say they don't want minimum and maximum, they want maximum, it start from 20 years, let's go there, put it there for them. If it will work, yeah, that's it. They say cut your salary. For me, I harmonized my salary. I didn't see the effect on my district. And if harmonizing my salary will make the drugs for the children to be well, and be okay and our society to be fair, I'm willing to do it. It's not going to cost me anything. So there's a lot we all need to do. Everybody got to start a kick. That work on it and make Liberia better.
So thank you very much, Representative Mensah. It's always good having you with us. We're just going to run through this. A lot of people follow the program today. I mean, you guys did extremely well. To tell you the truth, whether women, men, folks that live on the street, everybody came out. That's a message I was sending, that people are tired. Liberia is a small village. People just tired. People are just tired. And whoever brought this idea, I hope, and I only hope it shouldn't die there. We can criticize, that's fine. But the message should be preached that everybody should say no to drugs. And we're going to ask you some questions, and we're going to stick with this. I want to announce to all of you, July 26, 2025, orator will be here. Dr. Reverend Don, he's coming after Representative Mensah, that will discuss the issue about drugs again and talk about the way forward for our country through his message that will preach during the 26th Independent. I really want to say to all of you, continue to share the show. Let's get into it. I'm going to go back now. I'm sorry. Let me go back to the guys. Paul Kennedy, you listen to Representative Mensah. What say you? Talk to us, or if you have a question.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. Good evening, Honorable Bridge Mensah. How are you? We will start up by saying congratulations to every one of you on today's efforts that I will call a step in the right directions. You know, I'm speaking from a public health background, someone who has actually practiced emergency medicine as a physician assistant and dealt with a lot of intakes of substance use and abusers here in Washington, D.C. and somewhere in the Caribbean. We always see that people come with these entries into society, and some of your recommendation is about having people go to homes to arrest. There are drug dealers who have arms and who pose threats to a society by resisting people who come to arrest them. Are you telling us that you will be prepared or have the protection to be able to go into various homes to unearth these drugs without getting in any kind of altercation with the dealers?
I can come in now?
Yes, ma'am.
So let me say this. Before even we could get to this, you can ask someone in my district. I have areas that when even the law was not biddable, it was non-biddable, and it was biddable. People could go free and out. I had somewhere in the rubber bridge that we had a guy that's selling. All the women were afraid in Salala. I got it one day. I took my guys and I went there to him. I said, "Well, you don't leave the place, I will come for you." People say, "Oh, they could be having single barrel there." Look, let me tell you, people just need to have the willpower. And I got there. He didn't stop. I paid the DA because they didn't have car, and they had car, but they didn't have fuel. I did, and they went there. They arrested him. He's still in jail, I think 3 months. When he came back, he went to my auntie and said, "You know, your sister, you want me to live here, I will leave." And he left. I didn't know where he was at doing a campaign. I saw him around. I was watching him again. He was going other end. That few days, someone called me and said, "My brother been sick. He was in Kakata." And then he had this sore on him. His children came back me. He was taking drugs. And I took him, he carrying hospital. He got well a little bit, looking good. Everybody was happy. And someone, a church woman called me and said, "Your brother in the area, I think we noticed he's selling drugs." I called the LDA boss, and then I sent him the number. I said, "Don't call him my brother." And I sent a text to his children. I said, "I learned they say your father selling drugs. You better advancing because I will report him. I already reported him." So the thing is, some of these people we're talking about, they are our own brother-in-law. They are our own children husband. And we believe that they have to bring our bags of rice home. So we keep quiet about it. The law, I can tell you, we have good laws on the book. Even what the president said about seizing property, We have it in the law. Even to the point where you have people taking tramadol because they are ill. It happened in America. After that, when the restriction is over, if a pharmacy stays selling it to that person, you notice it. We have the law on the book that will punish them. So everything is there. I will send it to Santon. He will post it to you. Everything is clear in the law. All we need to do is stop the name and shame these people. Start to call their names. Start to report it. Get behind the LDA. Make sure they are doing the right thing. When they say somebody came home, follow it up. Yesterday, someone told me the lady was not in jail. And not because she's a female, I must stand behind her. I know other people doing it. She's fine in the web. She must go for it. I called. I made sure in Kakata. And then she was there. They made sure she was there because I could close my mouth and say, oh, I was afraid, oh, let me leave here also. And I'm still asking. I did a communication in leadership because we closed now to find out. There's a news before the girl were arrested again for the second time. They said a leader of the LDA official so asked that they can leave. So why is it that we haven't had any investigation of those institutions? Why is it that they're not calling the name of the first person that asked the officer to leave the lady? So I'm asking a question. It was in place.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sorry, we do one question each. To what you said, we broke that news here that somebody from LDA had an allegation that they received 10,000 United States dollars. The name will make mention. We got text messages. And later on, because we broke that news, they arrested a young lady again because they let her go because of 10,000. Those were allegations. Let me bring in Dr. Richardson, Sis Glennie, one question each if you do, or a comment, and then we'll move around. We're glad to have Representative Mensah here today. Dr. Richardson?
Yeah, I'm going to be short with my question. How you doing, Representative? I hope you're well. It's good to see you again. You were talking about empowering the pharmacist. And I'm thinking, because she said, for example, if somebody's using tramadol, you would stop one pharmacy from, giving that person a prescription. I think that's what I heard, if I'm correct. No, that's not what I heard. I didn't hear correctly.
Okay, so when the person is sick, also they need this treatment, certain drugs that is very strong also. So the doctor will get the prescription, they will get the drugs. Afterwards, they start to go to the pharmacy and getting it. The pharmacy will never ask for a new prescription from the hospital. So they get addicted to it and they are taking it. It's wrong. It's in the law. It's wrong. So if anybody else coming for drugs that are not supposed to be given to anybody easily, you should check for the recent one, not the old one, or because you want to sell your medication, you just sell it to them and they go.
Yeah, and you make a good point. I was going to tell you that. However, I'm trying to wrap around my head how are we going to do that in Liberia, because that person can leave from that pharmacist and go to another pharmacist and get their drug. But in the United, at least in the states that I've worked in, and I'm saying states, those things you can electronically, so you cannot go pharmacy hopping or to get your drug. So I'm trying to see, and then you make a good point. How can you stop one pharmacist from issuing the drug to a client, and that client can just go to the next pharmacist? We got a lot of pharmacies in Liberia. So what any thoughts about that?
So I just said the willpower. I got a patient that had an accident, and I won't mention a contusion. And today, the drugs they were taking when they were treating it in the hospital, they still taking it. So the last time I told her, I said, why are you still taking the drugs? And even your partner were complaining that you're taking drugs because it gave you sleepy, you to yourself, and you still buying it. And just a few days, someone told me they saw him buying it in one of the drugstores. And I called you and said, if you continue buying this, I will report the drugstore because it's not supposed to sell it to you again until the doctor say you can continue. So again, Dr. Richardson, it comes back to us. It just needs to be us. Like I was saying today, me, if I'm not lawmaker today, I swear the group I saw today, I was going to govern our people that we can bust 3 to 4 ghettos today. While the police will be busy or will be on the other side. So that kind of thing I wanted to see today. With that kind of thing, we're taking brain. Then people are still selling. Can we take it rain? We're going to walk to Tidi or the hop. You be me mistake. I want them people get that. But a lot of I gotta be having policy driven and do these things. But we have to take all our jacket, wear our boots, and move on. And it's good that when ECOWAS came, it was very good. Because the last session we had, we discussed that the free movement and all the trade thing, people are complaining that they're not really checking the way they used to check before. So ECOWAS said, let's check it around and see how can we come up with a generic law that will govern the region, and also we can help. And we went, you can see we sort of 350 bed rooms or bed hospitals that they're building right now. If that hospital finish, they're going to have people taken from the street while they treat it, and then they take them to the youth center. That will be the school Liberia one the youth center also. So that's going to also add to our young people being healed. But that, if we take these people into all the effort and we don't take the drug cartel from the communities, they're going to come back, and I need to tell you, they're going to have a relapse. So let's go any kind of way we get. Now you know the frustrating part. You cannot force anyone that is taking drugs to take them to the center. It's good that they put it in the petition, but we can't do it. Now we're sitting on the United Nations Council. The things we pass, we have to be careful. They're seeing that the human rights is telling you it's human rights violation. If somebody is taking a drugs and they don't agree to go and you force them, you take them.
Of course.
So other things, we have to be in compliance and see how we can tell our partners, for us, this is why we work for us, because we want to clean our place.
Thank you.
Because even ECOWAS told, I would not name the country. They told us Liberia better. I think you can curtail it as it is. But the other country they went to that is neighboring to us is terrible. When you walk there, you're afraid even to walk.
Thank you. I don't know who was next. I know Mr. Paul Kennedy went. Okay, Councilor Good. I think you
Sis Glendy.
Sis Glendy. Sorry, Sis Glendy. Sorry, Glendy.
Hello, my sister Mama. How are you?
How you doing, Mommy?
Good. I don't have a question. I just want to say thank you for being a part of what happened today, and I wish that everyone. And I think you said something. You and Paul said something that's phenomenal. This is a step in the right direction. This is the beginning. And we want to encourage the effort that was made today. 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, we didn't know we'll be here today. And the fact that we made it here today, I just want to compliment all of you who were out there in the ring. Thank you so much. That's all.
You were not in the ring, but your support alone was great. Follow it. Yes, that was good.
Thank you.
Yes, sis, Mama. How you doing, Ma?
What's that, man?
But we don't talk today.
I'm talking yet, but she didn't listen to me because she was not listening. Okay, you used to work at Lone Star, right?
Hey, man, somebody start at me.
No, I asked you because I think I try to remember because I'm getting old now.
14 years.
Okay. So you're my sister from Lone Star. Okay. So, Mama, Representative, first of all, thank you. I mean, I like the A for effort, right? And it's not a bad time to start anything, right? But when they arrested $100 million drug under the Drugs Administration, and they let the corporates go, why didn't it create some kind of righteous indignation and anger in the public to come out? Why is it you're coming out now? Why you didn't come out during the administration? What is it? What was the tipping point for you personally? What's the tipping point after $100 million drug was brought into the country, and you and I have been dealing with Zogos for more than 20 or 30 years in Liberia? What was the tipping point for you personally for you to come out today under the Boyka administration? Why not we are and why not Ellen? Why today?
So let me say this first of all. The $100 million is the same with the case with Jessica. Most of the time we got involved with our own issue and we mess up on a lot of things. The Jessica issue, the way we follow it from the starting, when it got to court, it wasn't like that. At the end of the day, this man walked away because government did not prove themselves in court because you got a lawyer here. Afia will tell us, you must prove your case. You must be able to make sure that the right thing is done. So when the $100 million or so happened, the case was in court. And they said government improved well, the evidence wasn't real. But then let me tell you, when you have a government that pay emphasis to things and focus on the problem, it encourages people to step in that direction. So I can tell you right now, because the government say it's a state of emergency, the government say let's follow the people in the community, the government say pay attention to the whistleblower, the government say let's make sure we clean our place. So we as women must take the bull by the horn and take advantage of that process and don't let it again for another $100 million to slip all of our hands. That's what happened.
So you really believe that this worker administration is paying the kind of attention to drugs, and this was the driving force behind your coming out today? Do you really want the public to believe that?
All right, we have. I'm sorry, Uncle Sam, Reverend Mensa. We have. Uncle Sam, wait. Representative Mensa. Representative Mensa, I beg you 1 minute. We have the Reverend Dr. Dawn. We have Reverend Dr. Dawn. I just want us to announce that he's scheduled to appear 6 p.m. Eastern time. That will be 10 p.m. Liberian time. So we got another 4 more minutes to keep Representative Mensa in studio. So let's just give everyone a chance to ask the question, please. Let's go to Councillor Gould. Councillor Gould, you want to bring in your question? Because in the next 4 minutes, we'll be bringing in Reverend Don. Councillor?
Nothing bad in answering and Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, this government made us the campaign measures. And from what I've seen, with what I saw in Bentonville, that they're building, to tell me that they're going to be having a 350 beds hospital, taking people there to treat them and carry them to a home that they will train them for at least 6 months. And part of the integration process in the society, I think it's a starting from the documents I saw. They are produced from starting to finish and following up process. I think let's give them the time to work with them and see what will be done.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor, let's just make the question short to bring in Fubi and Conan Rami Gray.
Okay. So the $100 million drug case, we'll talk about it another day, and we'll give you the reason why the government lost the case. But let me tell you something. I may ask one question. Representative, good to see you tonight.
Thank you.
Every time aspirants, candidates run a campaign, they go in all of the corners, all of the ghettos. They know, we as candidates will map up all of the areas during campaign time. And we go there, we get votes. We see the condition of these people. But then when we win the elections, we turn our back. We don't go back. We don't put in programs. We don't support the budget process for them to be rehabilitated. We sometimes pass around on holidays, give rice, give this, give that, give small money to keep them in that condition. Why is it that lawmakers or politicians who go to campaign these places cannot return, cannot see these areas and try to do something in the national budget to revive these people? Why are we still complaining having this problem today? Don't you think we hold ourselves responsible?
Yeah? Even in the United States, I have one of the centers. I was going to my Fanta place to buy African food, and then our cousin left me sitting in the car. And I was sitting in the car, I saw this boy on a cycle, and the girl and her boyfriend was standing near the road, and they were buying drugs. So I don't know about the politician you're talking about. I've turned it back. But for me, thank God you live in Liberia. Those are our district. I'm an independent candidate. I've been elected twice, and we are no party. So I won't blow my horn here. Just go check. But I don't know about the other people. Can't complain around. Give you the opportunity to ask them. But for me, I don't turn my back on my people.
No, we're talking about holistic.
I very well appreciate you. So sorry. So sorry that we couldn't get to the other two, but Reverend Mensah, I really seriously appreciate you and the entire group, whether in government, outside of government. Everybody show up today to say no to drugs. It's not an easy role. It will not be an easy role. It's a difficult thing in our country and around the entire world. In America, they spend billions of dollars to fight drugs cartel. Not like, bro, we have only 800,000 in the budget. And one thing that we're winning this thing, it takes everybody, a whole village to fight this thing. Okay? Donald Trump is looking for people around the other country to take these people. So how can we sit here and think that we will fix this thing, whether it's Joe Weah or Joseph Boakai, it will be fixed overnight? We do appreciate you. Let's do it together and come again. Let's talk about this issue. Let's shame those people that bring in drugs in our country. Let's hold the government responsible to persecute them. Let's hold the judicial system responsible to implement full persecution, long-term jail serving, and then this thing too will help our country to be better. Thank you very, very much, Representative Mama Bridge Mensah, my own Panelist sister, the only representative I can talk to my wife because she trusts you. Thank you very much and have a good night. No, Fubi want to, but we get time. We got to bring in the Dr. Reverend Don.
I love the doctor because he said a lot of good things about women. And we will soon start running after it when we started the committee finish for the portioning of the extra seats. And then we will start asking Dr. Richardson, says Glennie, to use the platform to beg the men to give her the space.
I'm going to ask you the extra seat. I know you got to go, but the extra 10 seats for women, that excluding, like we said, Edith Gungla, because Jeremiah Kun said it's not for her. It's just for other women, but not for Edith, right? No, have a good night.
Bye-bye. For representatives for her, but we're not creating them for senators. Love you guys. Another time. Take care.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to say thanks to the representative. Yeah, whenever I call the vice president, I say, oh, man, you said 10 seats for women, but Edith is not included. He said, still, you're a bad guy. I want to say again, we say thanks to Representative Mensah, as always. We wish her well. Thanks to the entire team for showing up today and saying no to drugs. We supported them from a very, very far distance, as Sister Glennie said, and we are so happy that together and united, we can fight this thing. And please also to say, continue to share the show. This is the Spoon Talk. We'll be bringing in now, right now, the July 26, 2025 orator, the Reverend, the Dr. Edmund. I would just say Reverend Dr. Don. They all on one part. Then they look at me with bad eye. But I'll bring in the Reverend Dr. Don, how he will discuss issue concerning Liberia. Let's welcome to the show, Reverend Don. It's good to have you, sir. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. Stanton. Thanks for having me, and to each of your core producers on the show tonight. It's quite a joy to be here. We've followed this show for many, many, many years, and I had the privilege of being interviewed at one time by Dr. Chinoway, if you remember, talking about the Liberia Learning Center. Yeah. And I think I did say that most people tune in to listen to some salacious politics, but tonight I hope that's not what we're going to talk about. one of these days. I see my friend Sam Jackson there, always an antagonist, but I guess that's what we have to live with sometimes. But Stanton, on a more serious note, to each of you, let me just say that the service that you offer to Liberian people should not be taken for granted. Whichever side you sit on, you create a space for dialogue, sometimes very heated, sometimes very civil, but at the end of the day, you create that space, and you and some other colleagues of yours that offer their platforms to those of us who sit and listen and watch. So be encouraged by what you do. You offer a valuable service. So I just thought to say that to you, and I'm sure there are many others who will say the same thing to the Spoon Network. Thank you so much, and thanks for having me.
Thank you very much, Doctor. It's always good to have people like you, especially in our society, in this forum, that we can discuss issue concerning Liberia, man. It's a rough time. It's a very, very rough terrain, but we're happy when we hear your voice of reasoning, your voice of unity, your voice of inspiration. And then I said, ooh, he's a reverend. So I said, to God be the glory. It's good to have you in studio tonight.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed, you recognize everyone. So let's just get into it. Give us your peace. Give us your blessing. You are here. Let's talk about the drugs issue in our country. You saw what happened today in Liberia. Say no to drugs. But you said something in your speech at the time, July 26th, and you pointed to this issue. What are your thoughts today, saying men and women, Zokos and Zokis, people born in the 80s, in the 70s, they got nowhere to live but to live on the ground, in the drainage, in the sink, begging for drugs. Talk to us on the issue of drugs and what happened today in Liberia.
Yeah, first of all, Stan, I think like all of you, I want to give my thanks and appreciation to those foot soldiers that went out there today. And like I said to people all the time, protest may not always, and this was not really a protest, it was a march in calling government to take action. I think a march such as the one today should really be a clarion call, a wake-up call for those of us who traverse in and out of Monrovia, and those persons who live there. We're no strangers to interact with our young brothers and sisters who have been strung out on drugs. But it's a deeper social issue, and it ties in with economics. It ties in with economics. Until we are able to create economic spaces for people to thrive, eradicating drugs from our community will be difficult. It's difficult as it is, but just putting people in rehabilitation centers, which in and of itself is a wonderful, wonderful way to get them back into society. But what are they coming back to? What are they coming back to? So I keep pushing this envelope about creating the atmosphere that all Liberians can be part of that reimagination of our economy. And so the drug situation is very difficult. I've been part of an organization. There is not many people aware of that. There is a rehabilitation center on the Monrovia Buchanan Highway that I find to be very, very effective. And just recently, we had 6 interns coming from the Empowerment Square organization out of Canada. Most of you are familiar with Leo Johnson. 6 young interns were in Liberia doing research on the same issue, because what we're trying to do is to gather data that will inform us as to how to respond to the crisis. But it's heartbreaking, Stanton, to see young men and women strung out on drugs that results into other social deviancy, either crime, prostitution, and other forms of social ills in our society. So just how we come together for other issues, I think this particular one affects every family, every organization, every political party, every church, every Liberian. And so I think we need to, ground arms with those who are on the battlefront and fight this thing head on.
Let's forget the politics. How did we get here? Listen, I was born 1975, May 4th. I mean, never. The only thing I would talk about, you going to the hospital to give you that one shot on your arm or on your butt. I didn't know anything about drugs being in the school, in the marketplaces. How did we get here? What do you think the root cause is for such proliferation of drugs and the increase in zogos of people now sleeping in graveyards? How did we get here, Dr. Domo?
Well, I think you rightly said that back in the day when we were growing up, I date you back by probably 10, 11 years. And I can say the same thing that you've said. And I'm sure everybody on this panel, depending on, I don't see any wartime baby on the show. We all came before that. But I think it could be, I'm not saying it all is, it could be as the result of the war. Our borders were open. We had people coming in and out of the country. They had access to airspace. They had access to bring stuff in without any check and balances. And it's alleged that part of that whole war peacekeeping efforts, the proliferation of drugs went to a level that we had not seen before. But also when you have a hopeless community, people, some people go to drugs, some people go to alcohol, some people turn to religion, some people turn to other things. But when you have a hopeless community, they have to feed on something. And for most of the young people, when you really hear the story, you will come to listen and learn that not everyone just went looking for drugs, but they looked for something to kind of soothe their souls, or take their minds off of the problems. And then also remember now, the warlords were accused. Again, I don't have any facts, but the warlords were accused of giving drugs to some of our young boys and girls for them to fight in the war. And so when you start giving, a young person drugs and is in the system, that's all they know. And so I would say, to answer your question directly, I would say most of this was the result of the war.
Thank you very much, Reverend Dr. Don. Let me bring in Dr. Richardson Glendy, Uncle Sam Fubi, Paul Kennedy, and Conor Gray. I think Dr. Bopler will be joining us shortly. Very, very interesting in this one. Dr. Richardson.
Yeah, Reverend Dr. Don, it's good to have you on Spoon Talk. It's good to see you again. I was very intrigued by you stating that there possibility of research being done on drug users or addicts in Liberia. I'm happy to hear that. Based on your experience or based on what you've seen so far, can you maybe talk to us a little bit about some of the similarities between the drug users in Liberia and maybe worldwide, and then maybe some of the differences that you're seeing? Because I like the fact that we're going to have a research team, because I think it can be different. It is different, and there's some similarities. So can you share your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think part of the difference is that in other thriving economies, you have drug user by habit and by choice,
Yeah.
and some of them are functioning addicts. That means they wake up in the morning, go to work, and I mean, you in the mind, so you know what I'm talking about. But they live on drugs. So at the end of the day, they have social services that can cater to them. Take for example the use of needles in a city like Amsterdam. It is very legal. They don't have to buy it. They can go and get free drug utensils equipment to use, because they don't want them to spread mainly HIV through the exchange of needles. But when you look at a community like ours, all right, there's no social services available to them. And the kind of drugs that they're using will not only turn them into addicts, but it's really dangerous to their existence. It's very dangerous, because we're not even sure what constitutes drugs in Liberia anymore. Honestly, we don't know what constitutes drugs anymore, because I understand they're mixing all kinds of stuff just to get that high. So I would say some of the similarities, an addict is an addict, period. Whether you're in a depressed economy or you're in a supportive social services system, an addict is an addict. What do I mean by that? They always look for the next high.
Yes.
They always look for the next high. Some of them can afford their habits. Almost the majority of ours in Liberia cannot afford their habits, so they look toward other means to help them, support their habits.
Yeah, thank you. You answer my questions. I was thinking in that area. My second question, you talk about the economy. You talked about economic spaces for people to thrive. Those were the words that you use. How do you think, or can you tell us, how does the economic spaces is tied into substance abuse, our drug addicts? Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, I think so, and I'm talking about different social. Drug is a topic for tonight, but if you just look at the sex industry, okay, the sex industry, because it is an industry, all right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think our young ladies, our sisters, our mothers wake up in the morning and say, "I'm gonna have sex," just because I want to
Some
I
of
want to
us.
give it up.
Yeah.
It's survival. It's survival. It's basic survival. And I'm talking worldwide. It's basic survival. Now, when those same individual, find a wholesome employment, chances are, they will not resort to those kinds of living conditions. Now, in terms of an addict, again, you of all persons on this show, you know that it's more than just providing economic viability to them. You have to heal them first. So for them, it's more of a long journey than just a quick fix to the condition. So we have to put them in that system where they can go through their detox, their rehabilitation, their re-entry into society. Now, for me, it's that re-entry into society that is just as important as putting them in the detox process. Because when they re-enter society, hopefully clean, they need to be able to live so that the depressed state that caused them to enter that life in the first place no longer exists. And so it's a very expensive solution, and I think Spawn talked about the fact that in the US they're talking about multi-million dollars, almost $1 billion health care for those kinds of people. And for us, we're talking a drop in the bucket. But notwithstanding, every one individual that we can save from that life is one life saved. Let me, I'm a preacher, so I give illustration to make my point. You get this young boy, he's walking on the beach one morning, and the waves that night had washed on the shore hundreds of jellyfish. And this boy, with care, he was picking one up and throwing it back in the sea to save it. And there was an old man walking his dog, and he watched this young kid do this one after the other. And he said to the kid, he said, "Young man, are you out of your mind?" He said, "What?" He said, "Don't you see as far as your eye can see that you will be doing this all day? You can't save everyone?" And the boy reached down and picked up another jellyfish. He said to the old man, "I may not be able to save all of them, but this one I can save." And he threw that back in the ocean. Why make that illustration? We may never be able to save all of, and I don't like to refer to them as Zogos, but all of our young men who have fallen victim to drug abuse. But every one person we save is a life that's worth living. And so let us not get discouraged. Let us not say, "Oh, what we're going to do with all of these young men and women strung out on drugs." No, let us not use the numbers to frighten us. Let us treat them as one citizen at a time, one individual at a time. Honestly, though, my friends, but for the fact that we've been privileged to be out of that context, who knows? It could be one of us. It could be my son. It could be my daughter. So when I see those young people, I have to feel something more than just the fact that they are addicts, but they are people and they need help.
Thank you very much, Reverend. Thanks to you, Dr. Richardson. Thanks a lot of folks. A few people just call and they said they appreciate your question, pairing this to the economic situation we have in the country. And I think that more to come from that end. $800,000, fight against Cooch, 2-point-something million fight against, given to LDEA. And when you move from Reverend Don, ladies and gentlemen, please, again, this is Spoon Network. Share the show and let's just have some serious national conversation on drugs. Glendy, let's hear you as we welcome. Where is Dr. Buble? I think he was just here, right? Right, Dr. Buble having some technical issue. There you go. Welcome to the show, Dr. Buble. Glendy, let's hear you. Your question or your comment.
Hello, everybody. Dr. Dunn, it's good to have you. I have two questions. I know we're talking about drugs, and I think you've elaborated quite well on the questions asked. But I want to ask you, when you received the letter and I haven't asked this question to you, when you received the letter to be our orator for the 26th in 2025, was that a big moment for you? Is that the biggest thing you've done so far? I mean, I just want to know what your reaction was when you received that letter to be our orator.
Well, I call you Sister Glendy, even though I'm older than you, but I call you Sister Glendy.
Oh Lord, you just coming for me in trouble with Stanton again.
Outside of asking my wife to marry me, that was the biggest moment in my life. That was the biggest moment in my life. I got a call from the president asking me to do that. And to be quite honest, I tell the story all the time. Please bear with me. And when he called me and said, did you get the letter from my office asking you to be the speaker for the 26th? Honestly, I thought he was asking me to be the worship speaker on the Sunday prior to July 26th. And so I said, no, but I'll be happy. I'll be excited to do that. And I said, is it Sunday before, right? He said, no, it's the Saturday. And then I became very quiet. And I said, Mr. President, are you asking me to be the national orator? Now, if anybody have dealt with him, you know, he said, what do you think I'll call you for? And I was extraordinarily quiet. I was humbled by it. I was frightened by the sheer weight of it all. Because to be honest, I'm still living on a high just for having an opportunity to avail myself to that. I started my oration by talking about my humble beginnings. And I always say, my story is not unique. Most Liberians came up the way I came up, single mother, even if you have both parents in the home, they're all struggling to raise their children. I sold bread in Joe Bar Market. I grew up most times, not knowing where, the next meal will come from. And to be called by whatever you want to, whatever side of the political spectrum you find yourself, the president is the president. To be called by the president of Liberia to do that, Glendy, it was a moment I will never forget, and I would cherish it for the rest of my life. For me, it was an honor to my family, to me, to my generation, and to the resolve of Liberia. I was taken aback by it.
All right. Thank you. I just wanted to know your response because I think that was phenomenal to have you, and history will be writing and talking about you for a long time. And the speech, I wasn't surprised because I know Emmett Dunn. So the speech was profound. So let me just say that. My second question is, so we now have Emmett Dunn. You're on a high right now. You're high on the country. And the next thing we're hearing is Emmett Dunn is now chairing a diaspora conference. I want you to talk a little bit about that because I think that is also another big moment to have you be a central point connecting Liberians all over the globe coming together. So I want you to talk specifically about your role and maybe there may be questions later, but those were the two questions I had about your role and how is it that now you are a point of contact for Liberians all over to come together.
Thank you. Yes, if you recall, when the president gave his State of the Nation address in January, he spoke about his desire to bring the diaspora into the development of the country. And it is out of that context that he spoke with both foreign ministry and state to begin to put together a conference where those persons living outside of our borders will convene to talk about issues affecting the country and how they can play a role in advancing the country. And when I was asked to give leadership to this, again, it was one of those moments where it was, okay, now what exactly are you asking me to do? But the more we talk about the objectives of what this conference should achieve, I thought I could do that. Part of my background is as an event manager for over 20 years. I've done events in over 100 countries, working for the Baptist World Alliance for 22 years. So event management is something that I like to say in my DNA. However, when you're dealing with a diverse group of people, socially, politically, economically, culturally, I mean, even though we're all Liberians, but we come from a diverse background, it's one of those things where you have to be very careful and nuance that space in ways that people will feel that they ought to be part of that. So primarily the call of us to come together is really one for the president to, and he's convening this, by the way, and he's the opening speaker, and he is to share with us what his desire is for the diaspora community, but also for him to listen to what the diaspora community is saying, how we believe we can be involved in the development of our country.
Thank you very much, Sis Glendy. I just thought I was the only person that called you Sis Glendy. But mine, I want to say thank you for adding on to me, Reverend Don. Let's move over to
go back many years old.
Okay, let's move on to Uncle Sam Jackson.
Dr. Don, welcome.
Thank you, sir.
You call me antagonistic. Let me tell you.
Sam, you know, you and I joke about that Royal Hotel all the time. So it's nothing new.
Let me finish, Bob. I know people from the top to the bottom, world leaders, corporate people, and I know they got one thread. It's all about self-interest, and they're full of you know what. So I just call people on their crap. That's all I do. That's it. So I know, and I confront them. I'm not afraid to confront anybody. I just call them out on their you know what, okay? Anyway, look, Reverend John, first of all, I'm very, very happy that you've done so well in your life. I saw your humble upbringing. I've seen where you are now. But on this drug thing, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. My concern is this. My concern is that when the high monkey-to-monkey in the society takes something seriously, it means that it's hit home. And to me, that's not enough of a motivation for people to do things. It could have been done earlier, a lot earlier. So that's that selfish motive that I see again. Because Zogos have been around during the war years, after the war years. In 2008, there was a paper written, the National Conflict Mapping Study by, what's his name, Archibald and Mulba. And they talk about the problem of youth in Liberia. And they talk about the inadequacy of the DDRR program. Society never took that seriously. As long as 2008, that study was there. So the drug thing now is a pandemic. It has crushed the society. It is a weight now. Do you think these little baby steps that they're recommending can really solve the drug problem, or we need to do something more radical? For example, like the death penalty, okay, maybe setting up some kind of like camps, rehabilitation camps around the country. This thing, and do you think that current DA and its structure is contaminated, clearly contaminated, because the drugs are coming up? So what are some of the radical steps that you as a professional would recommend to solve this? Because this is a hideous problem. It cannot be solved with Band-Aid. It cannot be solved with rhetoric. So tell us, please, I beg you, Papa, what are some of the radical steps that can be taken to solve this problem?
Well, again, it's never too late to do a good thing. I agree with you. This should have been dealt with a long time ago. And let's put politics aside. The fact that something is now being done should be commendable. Is it enough? No. Is it a start? Yes. There are other. If you ever flew to Singapore, and I'm sure some of you have, one of the last announcements you will hear on the airplane from the pilot himself will say, bringing drugs into Singapore is punishable by death. If anybody flew into Singapore, you will hear that on the airplane. All right. Now, that is as radical as anything can be. Right. One of the things you always have to ask yourself is, when you enter a space, you must always be prepared for pros and cons. Today, most of us, and I hope all Liberians, rejoice in the fact that Liberia now sits, hold a non-permanent seat on the Security Council. And because of that, Liberia cannot afford to introduce death penalty for drug traffickers, because that's not where the rest of the world is. However, and Mr. Jackson, you raising a very important question here. However, I think and I believe that in order for drugs to stop coming into our country, one, we must secure our borders. That's the first thing. We must secure our borders. We must put highly professional people over this particular agency in Liberia, people who are not tainted, people who are not easily persuaded by a bribe or by, like you say, cold water. I don't know if they're still using that expression, in Liberia, but growing up, we use cold water for bribe. But people who are intentional and committed in solving this issue. That's one step. Another step has to deal with, how do you then prosecute in a more professional way persons who are accused of bringing drugs into our country? We cannot be lenient with these kinds of people. They must be dealt with in ways that will send the signal to those who were intending to do the same thing. But I don't know of late where any accused drug trafficker has been really convicted. I mean, maybe I don't recall recently, And so I would say that the punishment that we levy out to those persons who are convicted should be of such that it would send a strong signal to those people who want to do similar things.
Thank you very much. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Uncle Sam. And again, thanks to all of you. Fubi, let's hear your questions.
Yeah, so good evening, Dr. Don and Reverend Don, and it's a pleasure. I followed on your oration, and you also making some good points here. I also don't support the death penalty, because I don't think we should be driving that. I push more for government to move into the rehabilitation sector and build more rehab centers around and make it a compulsory stuff for people that were arrested from these ghettos, instead of just arresting them and freeing them after 2 days after collecting $30. That's something that once you make the environment less attractive, the drug user will find a different market, and will also strengthening the borders. But if you don't make the market, if you don't make the place less attractive, you'll keep coming. And, but going back to the oration, there was one thing you said, some good things also when you caution the churches to go into teaching their congregation about raising getting financing instead of just having prayer services. And it was good. I saw you came under some attack from different preachers too, but it was also fair, and everybody would defend us. But my point was driven to the Prophet 22:28, and so remove not the ancient landmark which the forefather has set. And when you call for changing the motto, because going back to creation, you found out that God didn't create anybody and put them in specific countries. But a lot of people migrated from one point to another. So that's why I said the motto, the love of liberty brought us here, refers to every single Liberian, every tribe, and not just one group of people, because we all migrated to the country. And so that's why, and so that caught my attention. I did a critique on it. So I just wanted you to speak on that a little bit.
I appreciate your analysis of that, but my brother, if the settlers, and on my maternal side, my grandfather came right off the boat, so I'm a descendant of settlers. Right? If the settlers had our indigenous population in mind, why did they wait until 1906 to make them citizens? They were never in mind. To push that argument, my brother, is to say that when the American Constitution said that all men are created equal, we're referring to the slaves. Let's be honest. The love of liberty, when Roberts and the others coined that phrase, they were making reference to only themselves. Let's be honest. All I'm calling for, and we can leave the motto as is, but I think we need to come, and it's nothing new. I mean, if Mr. Jackson knows, and all of you know this, there's nothing new. People have been calling for this now for over 50 years. It's nothing new. I'm just saying that I believe that this president has the political will to change it. I honestly believe that. And that's why I push that envelope. Look, I'm talking about my own people, just how I talk about the church. And someone said, what? And someone said, do you know that guy? All his life is the church. You know, so I'm speaking truth to myself. I don't think we can continue to live with that motto, my brother. I don't think we should, because they did not have our indigenous family in mind. They were talking about themselves. I mean, history is there. I agree with you. All of our people, I mean, you know, those who know more about the migration of people coming from the Congo and from North America coming into closer to the coast, you know, the Vai, the Madinga, we know the Mende, we know the migration track. We know that. But my brother, Roberts and Bensons and Warners, they were not thinking about indigenous people. They were not. I'm sorry, they were not. I still call for a change of that motto. I still do. And I stand by it.
Wow. Wow.
No, fair to defend your point, and I respect that. But my point, like I said, and changing the motto also will not change the corruption in the country, will not change all the ills that we have. So our fight now should be directed more into that direction, as opposed to calling for the change of the motto. And that's why I made that point. You know, remove not the Asian landmark set by the forefathers, but we should start fighting the government on all the ills that we have, and we'll see how we can drive a new Liberia, driving that factor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul, you want to go ahead, Paul?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Dr. Don.
Good evening.
You are very well dressed, man. As Stanton told me you were coming early, I will wear my coat suit. But look, let's go back to the issue of drugs in Liberia.
Yes, sir.
When people hear drugs, they think it is something that is, you know, in a white parcel, put on a plane and flown back to Africa and whatsoever, negating the fact that drugs has different classes like the opiates, the stimulant, you know, depressant, even down to alcohol, which is a part of our everyday life.
Yes.
In Monrovia, for instance, there are no controlled substance when it comes to, you know, the prohibits of who can have access to controlled drugs. So you could go into the drugstore or the pharmacist and buy oxycodone, for instance. Is you know, hallucinogen. It's going to keep you depressed for the longest. But someone can go and buy it and go and use it. We are building rehabilitation centers all across the country, and I don't hear much of our conversation on prevention, awareness, you know, community, you know, buy-in. As a civil society organization leader, do you think Liberia has the capacity to manage the drug crisis we have now in the country?
Yes and no. Yes and no. I think if we were to ask me a question, the gun to my head right now, I would say no, we don't have it. However, as I said to Mr. Jackson, I think it's a step in, and we had our honorable representative on earlier. It's a step in the right direction. I have to say to you, you just struck a chord that I think needs to be what's the word I'm looking for? Needs to be amplified. Needs to be amplified, and that chord is prevention. I don't think we're doing a lot of that. And one of the things, and it's interesting you said that, because right now, early this morning, I'm part of the Monrovia, the Rotary Club of Monrovia, and we were an integral part of that march this morning. And as I watched my colleague in the rain during that march, I said I need to put together a recommendation to the Ministry of Health, all right, to deal with this drug issue from the standpoint of it being a mental health and a national security crisis. Let's move it from just a drug crisis to a mental health and national security crisis, and we need to put in our curriculum in school, how to teach our children, one, to stay away from drugs, and two, how to have, and as a clergy, and I'm sure like we're still conservative society, but how to have protected and controlled sex. That word become a dirty word in most communities. But the reason why we have babies having babies is because we're not teaching them how to protect, their biological clock. It's the same thing with drugs. We need to teach people how to prevent it. Now, you mentioned a list of substances that, if not controlled, can lead into addiction, including alcohol. And I think the more our society evolve out of this, or coming out of the war mentality to trying to recreate a wholesome society, something simple as regulating the drugs that come into life. I'm talking about approved medical medication. Let me not use drug and drug in the same thing, but
right, because that can also be abused. Yes,
exactly,
and addictive.
Exactly. That anyone in Liberia basically can go to any pharmacy without prescription and purchase drugs, purchase medication. Even that, we need to start thinking about how we can put. Now I know people think, oh, you guys want to turn us into America. No, it's not turning us into America. We're just trying to apply some lessons that we have learned that can help society. So yeah, I agree with you. Prevention, like the old folks say, prevention is better than cure. I think we need to start teaching our young people in schools the danger of drug abuse, alcohol abuse, and unprotected sex.
Thank you. Let me bring you back to your involvement with the diaspora conference. That is very important. And it's important from my perspective because I currently sit in Washington and I have ears across the streets. A country that, like Liberia, that is struggling, looking all around for resources, really needs to get its diaspora, constituent, if I may use that word, involved with its development. But also, the country has to create the enabling environment that will entice these people to want to even invest. I mean, if I have $5 million, I'll be thinking twice to put it in the hands of people in Liberia because of the issue of corruption.
Yeah.
But then I'll also be looking at the social infrastructures, right? No water anywhere, very few limited. Electricity is a challenge. After staying in the US for 25 years, how do you plan? What's your objective, number one? And how do you plan to attract people in the diaspora who has very little or no interest in coming back to Liberia to come back to Liberia in this means?
Excellent question. Thank you. One is, it's not by creating false stories. I'm going to use Liberians who have left different parts of the world and have gone back to Liberia. And yes, they have gone through some challenges, but they are thriving. There are a good number of Liberians who are thriving entrepreneurs in Liberia. Those people will be, people to give testimonies, and part of this dialogue is for them to in a transparent and honest way say, when I went to Liberia, these were the challenges that we face. And one of the reasons why we want that is because when government hear that in that context, those are the kinds of things we want to correct, so that when others follow them, they will not have to encounter the same kind of a red tape, bureaucratic gridlock that they experience. So that's one aspect of it. Another aspect of investment, we try to reimagine what investment should look like. All right. And not always necessarily business for profit, because that's why we all get in business, to make profit. But look at other ways of investing in other institutions within the country, whether it be it education, be it, Dr. Bropler, for an example. He didn't have to go back to Liberia for no reason. He was living what I consider a good middle-class life here in the US. All right. He's invested in Liberia. I'm not talking about his 100-acre farm that he got in Buchanan. I'm not talking about that yet. I'm talking about him. That was just a joke, by the way. That's a joke. That's my bastard man, so I can throw that joke on him. But I'm talking about his investment in education. He didn't have to go back to Liberia. He didn't go back seeking government job. He came back and he's investing in life. So all I'm trying to say, and all I will be pushing at this conference, is for us to imagine investment in different ways. Yes, investing in an economy. That's paramount. But other ways of investing in the social fabric of our society, because we know that is lacking. And I'm hoping that out of these conversations will create an interest for people to consider coming back home and doing some of that.
Thank you very much. Guys, this is so unique. To all of you following us, yes, you can share the show. We have the Reverend Don, Dr. Don. Which church are you pastoring before we bring in Conor Gray?
No, I don't pastor anymore. I now run the, if I must put a little plug in, I run the largest non-white missional organization in America, the Lord Carrier Baptist Convention, that we have footprint in 27 countries. And I am the first non-American to be CEO of that company.
Oh, wow. So, we're saying our invoice again for this great announcement. Conor Gray, talk to us, your question.
My brother, welcome. Your presence on that oration stage reminds me of someone, probably, I believe, a predecessor. I believe probably it's a family member, the late Albert Lysander Dunn. He was as equally eloquent as you were on that day. So was my professor by extension, University of Liberia, chairman of the political science department. But that's besides the point. And I sustain your argument that those who coined the motto, the love of liberty brought us here, we're not thinking about any other individuals but themselves. As Tuan Ray pointed out, that there was a flaw in our constitution that says citizens of Liberia were those who came from the United States.
Exactly. Yeah.
So that sustains your point, if I may say. But I want to say, yes, our borders are porous. And as much as recovery is important, here in Minneapolis, I run a few recovery projects for mental health, people who are caught up in substance abuse, and so on and so forth. So that's secondary. But prevention, enforcement, it's like stopping the wound from bleeding. Before you can cure the sore, you must stop the bleeding or the infection first. So enforcement is one of the ways to tackle this from coming through our borders and then we can go now to cure those who have been trapped into it. So when you talk about our presence on the UN Council, and we should not take any main measures to treat crime, I'm baffled in the sense that I'm not saying that you should hang people who are caught with drugs, but I think if you put emphasis on enforcement and punish people, what we call just desert, in criminal justice, you will stop. There's a stopgap measure. What's your opinion about that, sir?
Yeah, I agree. Let me clarify the point I was making. I was actually making reference to the death penalty. I personally do not believe in the death penalty. I do not believe that it is a corrective measure. Death penalty in any country has never stopped crime. I believe rehabilitation does. That's what I was making reference to, Conor Gray. But I do believe in harsh punishment, whatever that shape or form that may take. But I was making reference particularly to the death penalty. But I agree with you that one, we must protect our borders. We must create programs to prevent it, and for those who are caught, they must be held accountable and they must be dealt with harshly. I do believe that.
As a preacher, a Baptist preacher especially, I feel the church plays a very important role in addressing the issue of recovery. Here, most of the people we deal with are church people, church leaders who have set up AA meetings, NA, and so on and so forth, just to counsel people at that level. This is a mind thing. In as much as addiction affect the mind before you even attempt to go get the drugs. So whether or not you have a job, a well-paying job, in fact, that creates affordability for you when you have a good-paying job. Whether you're poor, you think that you're using that as a means to console yourself because of your poverty. Whatever way, it's a mind thing. And I don't see the church involved much into the rehabilitation aspect of this. Correct me if I'm wrong, sir.
No, you're not wrong, and I think that was part of what I said. Now, I do know that Providence Baptist Church, under the leadership of Pastor Sam Reeves, I know that he provides a service for them. It's not a service of prevention or cure, but he provides some social services for upwards of 300 plus, that live on the Center Street, in the Center Street corridor. But what I'm pushing the churches to see, Conor Gray, is that, and some folk might disagree with me, charity, hear me out on this one, hear me out. Charity perpetuates poverty. Charity fuels poverty, because charity is just handouts. We need to empower people. We need to liberate people. And we liberate people by liberating their minds. And a mind that is strong on drugs is not a liberated mind. All right. So the church can feed that person every day with a hot meal, and that person will stay in that state. So I'm in agreement with you. I don't think the churches are doing enough. I think we can do more together as a community, and it doesn't have to be just the Baptists and Methodists and Anglicans or Pentecost in their own little enclaves. I think the need to address this national crisis is of such that we all need to come together. And maybe the council of churches need to make itself more relevant by engaging, in something such as this, rather than trying to honor politicians. I think they need to reimagine who they are and what they are to, the Christian community in Liberia. And so are others, religious communities. I mean, the church not exclusive. We have a large Islamic population as well. They are not, free from their responsibility as citizens. I think we all need to come together and deal with this. And it can be a public-private partnership. It can be, the Ministry of Health in partnership with the churches or with the religious community to address some of these things. So when I talked about the fact that we need to reduce the number of times we have prayer meetings every night and use some of that time to engage in social development, economic development. People thought I dropped from Mars. No, I make no apologies about that. I stand on the principle that a church that only promotes salvation to get people into heaven should not exist. Because the gospel that Jesus preached, why do you think he whipped the people out of the yard of the temple? And I said the yard of the temple because they were not actually in the temple, but that's a whole different history lesson there. And Dr. Bropler will school you guys probably next week on that one. But why do you think he did that? Why do you think he did that? Because it was a means of administering justice to those poor people who were supposed to be worshiping outside of the temple, and Jews merchants came in there to sell, their sacrificial animals. The church must be about justice, and justice can only come by means of liberation. All right. So yeah, my clergy colleagues can write all they want to write. It will not deter me from calling them to accountability, that they must engage the congregation so that those congregants can become wholesome. I don't know which community, well, I don't know how many persons on the show actually live in Liberia. But look, where I have my home in Liberia, I have 3 churches there that every night by 7, all 3 of them meet every night. I can barely sleep well because of look, I'm a clergy. I my entire life has been supported by my profession as a clergy. I'm proud to be a clergy. But at some point in time, the church must become a vibrant entity in any community that gave people hope, but also gave people a reason to wake up every morning. So that, I'm sorry, but that's just my take on it.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments, Ray.
Thanks for making this apolitical. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We hope we can have the Reverend Doctor into some political tough ball question, because man, that's very, very unique of you to appear on Spoon. We're going to bring it to your Bassa friend that have 100 acres of land. Wow. Dr. Bopler, welcome.
Thank you, CEO. Good evening. Been struggling tonight, Murphy's Law said what can go wrong will, man. Everything's going wrong tonight. But I'm glad to be on, and it's good to see my friend and brother. I just want you to know now, we actually do have that 100 acre.
Oh,
it's just not farm. It's just not 100. It's just 100 acres of land, not farm. Yeah. But good to see you, my friend and brother. I got to tell you, man, I sat there, in your speech, and it was so full of substance. But, I was looking around the room as you were speaking. Nobody was moving. It was full of substance. It was very engaging. And you did some bold things. I thought you worked the room. And by that, I mean, you hit a lot of the key issues, step on toes, from the lawmakers to the executive branch. We all have a responsibility to step up. So I applaud you. Now you said in the oration, you said one of the biggest moments, got the biggest applause was, of course, I was not surprised because you're a great speaker. But the room paused, and you used that pause moment, and then you said, Mr. President, my 26 on you. And then the whole thing erupted. But it was what you said after that I thought was great. You asked the president for a specific thing. One of the things that got my attention, because I talk about it all the time on Spoon, is that public service, especially appointed position, is not a right. It's a privilege. So you don't need to take 2 years to get a mail of the job if you have issues. And I like how you just went right ahead. Fire, don't suspend, and clean your circle around you. So I want to applaud you for that. Now, I do have a question though. You said we should change the motto, love of liberty brought us here. Okay. and I heard the little thing you put behind it. So, if we're changing the model, did you give any thought? And I know this will be a national debate, but did you give any thought as the one who offered this particular idea to what it could look like? Because love of liberty sounds like our friends who came here, but then we were here. So, did you give any thought, Reverend Dunn, any thought to what it might look like or what it might sound like?
Well, in terms of what the language would be, no, I haven't come up with any, but I think I framed, before I even got to the recommendation, I framed it to say that the history of those persons who landed on our shores, all right, should not be excluded. They are just as Liberians as those that met there. I kind of put that in that context. But then I pivot to the fact that whatever we arrived at should be of such that it is inclusive of those who came and those who met there. And I think what could come out of this, Dr. Brooklyn, is a community effort where we bring people from the different sectors of our society and let's debate this issue. Let us wrestle with it so that when we arrive at the language, now, obviously, in an exercise like this, everybody will not be happy. But at some point, we can say once and for all, however we brand, to use the corporate term, we call it motto, the corporation call it branding. However we brand ourselves as a people, that we can see ourselves in there. That's all I'm calling for. An inclusive branding. That's what I'm calling for.
Okay. I hope the president gave you your 26. I think your 26 will be very helpful for the nation. I have my final question. Now you said charity perpetuates poverty. Now Jesus is going to have a problem with that.
No, he wouldn't.
So, I'll leave that for a different. No, he will. But I'll leave that for a different time, different discussion.
No, and the reason why Jesus
be with us.
The reason why Jesus wouldn't have a problem. The reason why Jesus wouldn't have a problem with that is because Jesus was always advocating for the underdog. Now, let's take a very familiar scripture. Now, we're not in Sunday school, but let me just hit this because it's after 7 anyway. But when Jesus talked about the widow's mite, a lot of people have reduced that widow's mite to money. It had nothing to do with money. But go back and read the full text. They only take that portion. It has to do with justice. If you go back and read the preceding verses, you will see that what Jesus was referring to was, first of all, in Jewish theology, poor and widow should not be in the same sentence. In Jewish culture and tradition, poor, the word poor and widow should never be in the same sentence because it was a law that required the community to take care of the widows. Widows should not go without. But if you look at the preceding verses, you will see that Jesus was saying that the priests and the Levites, I'm talking about us now, were so corrupt that they took away what was meant for the widow, that she was left with nothing but pennies. And so you have to put in culture, social and political context. So I bring that up, that to say that Jesus, I think Jesus will be happy with me because what I'm calling for is for churches to liberate the congregants. I mean, come on.
I'll follow you.
We need to liberate the congregants.
So I'll follow you.
That's all I'm saying.
I'm going to ask my question. I'll follow you now, but Jesus will have a problem because he said the poor all will be with us, and he encouraged us to be charitable and that we're giving and generosity to be a part of life. But I understand, listen, that's what I want to say. I want to commend you because you had the audacity to challenge the church, and I couldn't agree with you more. We can fast and pray in Liberia for 4 days straight, but we can't do 1 10-minute teaching on how to help people to help themselves. So I totally agree with you, and I want to applaud you on that for taking that stand. I got a lot of text messages and emails on that one, and then I got one that said, "Why you didn't talk about the Muslim?" They do that version too. I said, "But he's not a Muslim, so he talked about the one he knows." And the church should do more, and the church can help with this drug pandemic that we have by turning some of these sessions into rehab sessions, training people who can help our young people to get out of this crisis that the nation finds them. I want to thank you, my friend. It was very refreshing, and your operation was very good.
Dr. Boblet from the Bassett Belt, Reverend Don. Actually, we can say Reverend Dr. Boblet and Reverend Dr. Don. To be serious here, I don't know where I can find the best preacher, whether they're coming from the southeastern region or that of the Bassett Belt, because I just can't find them from the Nimba or the Lofa region, but county. But if you're talking about the Bassett people, they know how to preach. They know the Bible very well. So we'll leave it on to the both reverend and both doctors, and then we'll just say, may God have mercy upon us all.
Thank God, thank God, thank God you know that fact. That is one thing that you know. Thank God.
Thank you, Stanton, and thank you for having me. And,
Reverend, we will not let you go. We just got a little, I beg you, allow us to just push 5 more minutes. We know you got to go, and just 5 more minutes will beg you.
Thank you.
On what? And I'll bring you in, Isaac. I know Isaac just come in. Then I want to just show 1 or 2 clips to the Reverend to explain why he spoke on those important issues. Then the Reverend can go. But you came in. Let's give you 1 question. Let's just be fair. Let's give you 1 question.
Yeah, thank you, Reverend. Thank you for coming, and thank you for your oration. I wanted to go back on things you spoke of during the July 26th. Pinpointing to that, you actually spoke of practical actions to solve our country's problem. Beyond words, you said there should be actions, because words have always been spoken of. And it is why I want to ask you a question today. You must have seen thousands of Liberians taken to the streets, raising the issue of drugs epidemic.
Right.
That was, should I say, in voice. Let's look at the action part of it. Just for disclosure, I worked at the Ministry of Youth and Sports in the past government as the Deputy Minister for Youth Development, directly in charge of operations that had a lot to do with at-risk youth situations. During our term, we came out with a program on which we actually left about $3 million in the country. Unfortunately, I don't know where that money is. But I'm sure you will agree with me that the fight against drugs should also compensate accountability. If you were to go in the Ministry of Youth and Sports budget, you will see a little over $1.6 million combined from 2024 and 2025. That money was intended to do a follow-up with at-risk youth that we worked on and were graduated. Because the thing is, if you actually take these guys from the street, you detox them, you carry them through training, you graduate, you reintegrate them, you need to have follow-up consistently on them so that they don't go back to what they were doing. That money, from our understanding, has been expended. There has been not a single follow-up. And I spoke with sources within certain ministry who told me that personal follow-ups with most of these guys we worked on shows they are relapsing because no one is contacting them. Reverend, do you think accountability should play a major role in the fight against corruption that should also complement actions and not just words? Where do you stand on that?
Precisely. We talked about some of that before. Unfortunately, you're not here earlier, but we can just go over some of the things. Yeah, we agree with you 100%, and I think accountability on all levels, not just government, on all levels, that we need to hold society accountable. We talk about what I think Stanton raised the question: how did we get here? So we have to go back, and the politics of blame should not be part of this conversation. I think we need to pick up where we are. We need to deal with the situation. We need to call those people who are in the driver's seat right now, have them account for government resources that should be applied to these things. But beside more than money, my brother, we need an effective plan and program that, because you can have all the money in the world, if you don't have effective plan and program, it will not work. Before you came on, we talked about when people go through the program, like you talk about your administration, people going through programs. When you graduated them, what did you do with them? Did you provide economic viability? Did you give them jobs? What did you do? All right. I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying that was the question we were talking about before you came on. So in all fairness, we discussed this prior to your question. So for me, is taking them through this process is one thing, but then graduating them into a wholesome life is just as important as detoxing them. But thank you for the work that you did when you had the opportunity, and I hope you don't stay disengaged. I hope you help this process. It's all of our problem. It's all of our concern. So whatever experience you may have had in that position, don't let it go to waste, my brother. Align yourself with some group that's working on it. Doesn't have to be government. We talk about church. We're talking the Rotary Club of Monrovia. We talk about other entities. Please, we'd like to hear your experience, your expertise, so we can apply it to whatever little we're trying to do. Thank you for your service to our country.
Reverend Don, thank you very much. Please, you got to come back again, Reverend. Let me run through these 30 seconds clip real quick. I want the nation to go back July 26th and hear you. You were very forceful, like Dr. Bopler said. But you said some things actually, and after we play them, I want you to tell the nation you think we're going to get there. And we go with Labrador get there, whether 2029, whether 21 million. Will we get to that promised land? And your vision. I want to tap into your mindset for Liberia. No matter who you are or where you're from or your affiliation, we want to hear more of this. Let me play the first clip.
Now let me speak to some of the ongoing challenges we face together. There is a parable that says, when one enters a village, they should listen to the songs the children sing. For by listening to the songs the children sing, you will hear the good, the bad, and the ugly. Mr. President, your children are singing, and they're singing that corruption is still deeply embedded in our institutions. And it will take more than policy to uproot it. It will take more courage and political will from the highest office to the lowest. To the Honorable Speaker and the Honorable President Pro Tem and Her Honor, the fight against corruption is yours as well, and not just the President.
That was huge. Most Liberians today, Mr. President, a lot of corrupt individuals in your government, we beat on the president on this program, like every day. When we see something, we say something. But you took it directly, not only to the president, the pro tem, the speaker. Do you think everything you know and what you said on that stage, corruption in this government will change, will be reduced, at some point eliminated, and Joseph Barker can walk with that legacy?
I pray so. I pray so. Corruption is so embedded in our society now that it can be found in every institution. The church is no exception. In every institution, in our schools, in our social club, corruption is everywhere. Corruption has almost been normalized. I mean, how often have you seen someone disgraced from public office, and the very next day they're sitting at the restaurant with people having a good time? Because the citizens, we don't shun these people. We don't frown on them. We almost like welcome them back into the society with open arms. So there's no pushback from our social circles. You know, they receive in the Masonic craft, they go to social clubs, they just become part of the old boys or old girl network. The point I'm making is, until society, put government aside, Stanton, until society, all of us begin to frown on misdeeds, economic misdeeds, political misdeeds, social misdeeds, we will not get out of this rut. But I do believe that the president, we all know that in our context, the president is the chief. The president is the chief. If the president continues to set examples, will corruption be eliminated? I think not. Could it be minimized? Yes. And, you know, I believe that the more we can engage society and highlight the issue and be whistleblowers. I mean, you do this on this show all the time. I listen to you all the time, and you call people, you question them, and you blow whistle all of the time. You know, I think if we continue to do that, you know, hopefully, Stanton, I pray. I mean, because this is a cancer.
We know that 100%, Reverend. But do you think this president, with everything I know this president, are you seeing the path here that he will fight to the end on this corruption issue? Are you seeing some transformation here? But can it be done holistically? Not about cherry picking. Through the judiciary system, can people be taken to prison? Can we see some of the shameful movement you asking for right now? Not to be eating in a restaurant, but at least to say, listen, we'll confiscate your property. You'll pay back to the government, to the people. We are not there yet. 2 years into this government, what do you think?
Well, I do believe that the president does have the political will to initiate some of these changes as it relates to misappropriation of government resources. Are we there yet? No. Do I think we could get there under this president? Yes. I do honestly believe that. I honestly believe that.
Okay. Thank you. Let me play your second clip real quick.
The children are singing. And they're saying, Mr. President, unemployment remains dangerously high. We cannot afford to let our people drift into despair, or worse, drift into the hands of those who could possibly exploit their frustration. The people are singing, and they're saying economic inequities is widening. Too many of our people go to bed hungry, while a few grow rich by the minute. We must reimagine a Liberia where opportunity is not reserved for the connected, but for those who are committed. The people are singing, and they're saying that gender inequality continues to rob our nation of its full potential. Women still face systemic barriers, from unequal pay to unsafe public spaces. We must do more to protect them, empower them, and include them.
I love that. We should do more. But you said we must do more to protect them, to empower them, and to include them. Take it away.
I do believe, and when I said those words, I was thinking about a niece of mine. And just 2 days prior before, she had come to me, and I had been helping her with her tuition. And she sat with me in the coffee shop, and she said to me, I don't want you to be ashamed of me. She said, but had you not come to my aid? She said, I would, and I'm quoting her verbatim. She said, I would have had to continue to sleep with men to survive. That's the height of abuse and taking advantage because some little girl is trying to survive. And we need to be able to create spaces where someone like my niece, and trust me, Stanton, she's not an exception. There are many young women who have to do that for survival. For people with means who really don't have to do that. And so I was speaking for those voiceless young ladies of Liberia. I was speaking for someone like my mother, who, had she not had connection, would never have been able to receive one of the estate housing because her application was always put to the bottom because she was not connected to someone. I was speaking for women who wake up every morning and have to walk miles and miles to fetch water to, take care of the family. I was speaking for all of those. And I speak about it passionately because until we see value in our female society, we will go nowhere. We will go nowhere. So.
Man, I get a lot, but we're going to stop here. That is so well said. I really applaud you. Congrats to you and the entire family. I wish you well. Am I saying 2029 in you, though? You knew it was coming. You knew it was coming. Am I seeing 2029 in you?
Thank you. You're so kind. You're so kind. Right now, my passion is to help Liberians see your future in themselves, and whatever I can do to make that happen. That's my passion at this moment. 2029 take care of itself.
I like when you said, listen, let's worry about today.
Yeah. And
Jesus Christ said tomorrow will always take care of himself. So you didn't say no. You say, I'm so kind. And you say, right now, foxes have holes. The birds of the air have nets. But the Son of Man have nowhere to lay his head. And want to say thank you very much, Reverend Dr. Dunn. Thanks for coming always. We hope we can have you here over and over. You seem right with the message. And I think the Liberian people enjoy you tonight.
Thank you.
May God bless your entire family. Thank you.
Sister Glenda, thank you.
Stanton is a preacher in the making. Reverend Dunn, Stanton is a preacher in the making.
That's why I just want to say
Reverend Dunn, before you go, please just add something. Just say something up because I have a lot of text messages about the conference.
Okay, yes.
Please, before you go, talk about the conference that's coming up.
Right. The Liberia Diaspora Conference is scheduled to take place in the Washington, D.C. area, September 26 to 28. Registration is now open, limited seating. You can visit the website. It's libdiasporaconf.org. LIB, Diaspora, DIASPORACONF.org. Please visit the website and you will have other information available to you. And hopefully, Steta could come back prior to the conference when it's more defined and talk.
Just send us the flyer, send us the information that we can share. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. All right, that's Reverend Dr. Dunn. We appreciate his presence here tonight. I think it was great. I think it was powerful. I try not to bring politics in this, that Rich is saying. I want to keep him clean. I want to keep him focused, but I know I'm going to get him.
But you couldn't help yourself.
When he come back next time, I know I'm going to get him. That Rich is saying, so what you heard, and the conversation tonight, but we are not leaving because Eugene Fagon saying that MECAT will not be aired through LBS because they have not paid a dime, they have not paid any money. Eugene Fagon is mad from ELBC now. There's a war within. We will talk about the politics and everything, but we have to excuse the Reverend Dr. Richardson. Let's hear you, sister. What do you make about Reverend Dunn?
I'm really proud of him. I'm proud that he's a Liberian. I'm proud that
You muted yourself, Dr. Richardson. Can you unmute?
I didn't.
Just do it one time, Dr. Richardson. Just hit it one time. You're good now. Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Did you hear me earlier?
You're proud of him?
Yes. Yes. So I'm proud that he's a Liberian and he spoke about Liberia's issues. On the issue of drugs, he talked about holistic perspective, which is what I highly recommend. He kind of aligns with my recommendation. He spoke about, the healthcare system has to be involved, the education system, and the education as far as bringing in curriculum for the children. And I really appreciate, going down early on into the school system, making sure that we have people who understand the fight against drugs, what it takes to, provide interventions, and what it takes to also provide prevention. He talked about the legal system and security when he talked about, addressing the whole sex issues. He talked about the community being involved. He talked about jobs, the economic space that he talked about. We should be creating jobs for our young people and not just rehabilitating them, but there's something that should happen after rehabilitation. He talked about the role of religion in our country. I really appreciated that. I think when he said that charity perpetuates poverty, a lot of people were thinking maybe just giving food or having a soup kitchen. But I think their church or religion has a bigger role. It's not about just giving something. Charity is not often just giving something. It's also about teaching something as well. Of course, counseling, my area would be great. He talked about that. He talked about the media. As we speak of prevention, the media plays an intricate role in how to prevent people from using drugs, bringing awareness to our people. I also, I wonder, and I think Dr. Brobler asked him an excellent question, or have you thought about the wordings regarding the love of liberty brought us here? And I actually have been, pondering about that. And I'm thinking, what would be the appropriate words that one would put together? I mean, you're going to have to go back in our history. You
ask me, I get a red one for you. Kuku Jumaku.
Hey, you gotta go into changing the streets. You gotta go into changing. Obviously, the seal has the love of liberty. You gotta go to the flag. You gotta go into look some parts of our national anthem. So it's going down an interesting rabbit hole that we're gonna have to think about. I think he was really good. I actually appreciated listening to him and learning, and also thinking about my own recommendations if I have to give one to any about Liberia and drug issues. Thank you.
Like I said, we try our best to keep him away. That's what I know you came late. Where I should do, okay, to keep him away from the politics, but you just cannot separate him from politics, because what he said, okay, so powerful. They were all pointed. And listen, say what you want to say. That's something I've never heard in a long time. I think I have a partner. If we talk about corruption, how we come here every evening, every one of us that are both to talk about the issues in society. Listen to him when he talk about just a few getting richer. The disparity, people going in boulevard parties to eat Red Lobster, and other people can't get more money to eat. I mean, those are some serious issues. And he just hit it on without fear. He called names. Mr. President, the children are singing. Listen. Mr. President, Madam Pro Tem, Mr. Vice President, Mr. Speaker, I woke up today. I received a video. That I want you to speak on this, and we'll talk about the ELBC something. The video about a mansion that was bought by the speaker, 33 bedrooms in Liberia. I'm saying it. I went through all of the room and all of the whole big compound. But just the speaker and the video saying, and I'm trying to clarify this before I can put it out, right? And I sent my guys there. I said, my guys should go and check it out. And thank God for Darius. Darius run, Darius, check it out. Big compound. And they said the compound is owned by the speaker and somebody else. Just in less than 2 years, people building mansions, people buying properties that are popular. And that's why I asked him, do you think President Barker have the willpower and will he implement to hold people accountable? But there should be a lasting legacy, that there should be a level playing field, that everybody can come together and say, yes, thank God for Liberia, sweet land of liberty. Will we just continue this over and over and over again? I will play this and we'll hear you, Dr. Boplay. I will play this, what he said, so powerful. And I'm trying to just memorize it. I'm trying to just listen to it over and over, because it put a chill in your spine and make you to think, where is he or where was he? And I think we should do this over and over. Let's just play this real quick. That book will listen to.
The people are singing, and they're saying that while education has seen some improvement, improvement is not enough. We must push for transformation. The people are saying, Mr. President, like you who walk miles to go to school, children are still walking miles to go to school. They need transformation. The children are singing, and they're saying drug abuse is silently destroying the future of Liberia's youth, relating to crime, unemployment, and hopelessness. We must act before it is too late. The drug situation in Liberia is more than just a health issue. Mr. President, it is now becoming a national security risk, and we must address it. Fellow citizens, these are not...
Dr. Booklet, take this away. We must address it. That was powerful.
Stanton, today was the march, and I listened, because I couldn't get in, but I listened to the representative. I tell you, they did an incredible job. There were actually t-shirts all over the place. But not only that, people did some unique things, like here in Margibi, they organized a march too. A true story with a pseudonym. Little Johnny, 12th grade, good-looking young man, very intelligent, plays basketball. Little Johnny leaves his house, Stanton, and never come back. Parents are frantic. 2 days later to find him, he's in the ghetto. Little Johnny never used drugs before. And then it goes downhill. Little Johnny ends up, and I see Little Johnny's my little brother. Little Johnny ends up in a rehab here in Marshall. I go to the rehab, Stanton. It's understaffed, it's underfunded, it's under everything. Little Johnny stays there and then comes back home. Go to school for a week or so, back in the same thing. Right now, as we're speaking, Little Johnny is in a church. The church is not equipped to do the kind of rehab. So we need something more holistic. It can't just be drug enforcement and those kinds of things. It's got to be more than that. It got to be investment in rehab. You know, where you are, Stanton, one of the ways America, and I thought that was novel, when they introduced Job Corps was a form of rehab. A lot of those kids who went there with having problems in school, doing drugs, drop out, they put them in a residential place and give them a full life. Plumbing, electrical thing, all, and they were on campus. And those kids left from there. So many that I know that because we adopted 3 of them. All 3 of them are doing outstanding now in the U.S. Those kids were rehabbed fully. You get all the services come to you residential. We have to make the investment. Then we have to go beyond that. We have to put it in the curriculum, teach it in schools. We have to put posters in schools. We have to have programs every semester or so. We have to make this whole drug prevention, drug fight thing a part of our culture. It can't just be, let's fight the drugs and stop it from coming in. And then finally, there has to be persecution that is swift and stiff. Swift meaning, let's do it quickly. Stiff meaning you will get some serious penalty for this drug problem if you find. It will become more than a national security risk. It will become a national crisis, and we got to address it. So now is the time. And I think after the march today, it just reawakened the consciousness, I hope, of the nation of how serious this is. So we need to just make the investment. And I think he spoke well on that. It's serious. The drug issue in Liberia is serious. And for me, it's personal when I think about little Johnny, my little brother. And there's so many of them standing. So many.
And you're right, Dr. Bobler, you're absolutely right. We're going to take the last 26 minutes to talk about get away from Reverend Dr. Don. We appreciate him on the show tonight, and you can play this over and over and over again. They have some good men and women, good Liberians home and abroad that really want to make this change happen. They are trying internationally and nationally in everything apolitical just to make things happen in Liberia, and we hope we all can embrace that. But something happened today. I'm taken back to Yef Fagon saying LBS cannot cover the MICAT press briefing. Now, it's not that I'm sad, but what I'm saying here, it's all around. Fagon said that the director for LBS or ELBC, whichever way you call it, even Spoon, for free, we carry the MICAT press briefing. They don't pay anyone. Let me just get it straight out there. Every day you see Spoon, I speak to Gerald McPierre or Daniel Sando every time. You know, they don't pay any radio station. I've never heard Gerald McPierre or the ministry paying anyone. So if this announcement is true, that Fagon say LBS will not cover, so is he asking the rest of the independent media institution not to cover MICAT? Here in America, the White House have the press crew because they do not have that information, that kind of information ministry. Paul Kennedy, but all network, CNN, MSNBC, everybody sent a representative to bring up the information to the public. And I think that's something Jeremy Pierre tried to do. I don't know whether they are getting money from those that come over to speak, but I know they have media intelligence and they use that wisely if they receive it. Let's be fair. We beat on Jeremy Pierre and Daniel Sando. But how can the state-owned station say we will not cover that ministry because we don't have money? And I think we should look into it. I'm not beating on Fagon because I'm going to call him and ask him. But government to government, I have never seen this before. And if Fagon, if that is true, Fubi, then other independent networks say, okay, but then Fagon, we're not going to pay our guys to go sit at MICAT and carry the story. Would they be wrong, Fubi? Would they be wrong? That Freedom FM, Hub FM, Spoon FM, Fabric FM, Super FM, because we got 3, right? We're auto relays. We have 3. We'll say, you know what? We're not carrying. We will not cover them. Let's talk on this decision or what was said by the manager, the director, Eugene Fagon. And then we'll come back to hear your view, your closely on the drugs issue. Fubi, what say you? If this information from Fagon, if this is true, and I believe people are running with it, it's on our page, so I believe it is true. It's kind of concerning. It's sending a red flag to independent media institutions that have to buy their own fuel, pay their own LEC, pay their staff, and willingly, pro bono, send these guys to cover Daniel Sando and cover the ministry as they host other ministers and things. After there's some partnership here. Fubi, talk to me. What do you think Fagon taking such decision and the message sent out there?
Yeah, so there are several stuff that I always look at. LBS in the first place is a state broadcaster, and one thing as per the country, I think Article 15, they shouldn't deny anybody access to LBS because they also funded through the national budget. So if the national budget is funding LBS cannot in any way say they cannot cover government function until they pay them. Because the budgetary support alone is government support to the entity. So you can't be asking government for money. If government contract you outside of that, that's fair. Then you can say, okay, send us a contract. Government say, look, we want to pay you extra for this coverage. That's a different thing. But the national budget, LBS is in the budget. So, and some of that part of that should be able to some of the services that you go and cover all government stuff. And also, one of the things that they have done at LBS, they've also denied certain people that speak against the government. And as per the Constitution, Constitution Article 15, they're not supposed to do that. Everybody should have access to the state radio, regardless of your political side, regardless of which side you stand. But past governments, we have seen it. I'm not followed with this government, but I'm sure it might be happening. But LBS or Eugene should not be telling, information ministry they will not cover MICA press briefing. And they honor obligation to cover every government press briefing or whatever stuff because
so I beg you, Fubi, LNTV that is, they are on LBS, right?
Yeah.
Okay. LNTV is reporting because this is not the spoon. Go on the website is saying, and I'll put this up. LBS suspend live broadcast of MICA press briefing today. So it means that Fagon approved that they should publish this. And it's saying, according to Fagon, the suspension will remain in place while discussion ahead with MICA to find a substantial solution. The men want money, and I'll put it up. So if MICA now going to go into agreement with LBS, then Spoon will ask for their own agreement too.
Yep.
Right? Then Freedom FM, OKFM, and all the other media outlets will ask for their own agreement. And then MICA now will have to come up to say, yes, we got to pay these independent network. They got to eat. So what do you think Fagon's position is? Is this position a unique one, Fubi? You think he's right?
It's out of order. Like I said, he's funded by the budget, so he shouldn't be charging government entities for doing that, except it's something different outside of that. But the MICA press briefing that is covered by every media entity in the country, LBS cannot be an exception, and they cannot be demanding money. And like we read this, put it, if LBS will have to get paid, then every other media entity have to get paid for covering government's function. If you go to the legislature, the guys go there, they cover the thing free of charge.
So,
they should be taking pay too.
Thank you. Paul, get into the mindset of Fagon if you can, and let us know though. Is he right? Because it's about the money now. It's about the Benjamin. Folks are sending me information. I'm not going to tell you what they're sending me about guests that come over to LBS. They are contributing, right? They pay something for media, but I don't know. Let me just stick with the Fagon issue here. Do you think Fagon is right in this direction? Do you think that now he have opened up Pandora bags, that independent network that are paying their staff, that are buying their own fuel, paying the LDC, and taking care of their responsibility now need to ask this government, pay us or we are done?
Look, Stanton, is difficult to go through the framework of Fagon's mind. So I will try to present this topic from what I understand. I understand that public service announcement, national press briefing, and all of the uh, government information that is intended to reach the public has to be free, right? I know here in the U.S. we have the NPR, the National Public Radio. You don't once you have your message, you take there. You don't give them a dime because it is funded, like Fubi said, it is funded by budget, right, of the government. And the sole objective of the national radio broadcasting system is to ensure that our people get information from government on a regular basis, right? So when the MICAT, which is the Ministry of Information Press Briefing, is going out, I think it is a part of the mandate of LBS to relay that information to the Liberian people. Now, given that Fagon is asking for payment for that, that's a conversation he and the Ministry of Information have to go to settle out to know what's happening. But just from my background in risk communication, public health communication, it is incumbent on the national radio station. I mean, Spoon should be asking for pay, and Freedom FM should be asking for pay, not the national broadcasting system. So, except Fagon comes to show us in an act or some other provision that MICAT is now required to pay him or the LBS before the press briefing is aired, I wouldn't be able to justify that any further.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Colonel Gray, though, there's something that's brewing here, Colonel Gray. I don't know if you'll be able to drink this hot tea. I think either Fagon right or wrong, or either the conversation now, we're going to bring folks that have 2-3 network that's do this for the public, right? Like Dr. Fubi said, go to the legislature, cover them. Go to the executive mansion, it's for free. Go to Mika press briefing, it's for free. All this thing is free, and it's a burden on this network. Now, if I'm going to say, pay us or we out. Talk to me, Colonel Gray.
Senton, the LBS itself, I don't think they have a specific act that brought it into being. I know if you go back in history, you find out that the LBS was actually under the control of some London group for putting out information, and it was later on turned over to under Liberian control. So there's not a specific mandate that they cover any and all government entities. I think that I'm sensing that there's some act of rivalry between the two. Both of them put out information. Now, if you want me to carry your information for you, you have to pay me because I'm rendering a service. I think that in that light, Fango is coming through. Nobody, the act that created the Ministry of Information primarily says that agency exists to propagate government's, information. But with the LBS, they too are engaged in the business of propagating government information, but not from entity to entity. So they can directly go to the mansion, for instance, and cover activities there. So if you ask me, I think those people are getting free service. They're not paying for it. And Fango is saying, we got staff here, we get people to pay. If you want me to cover your program for you, you must pay me. I don't know where any of them breaking the law, unless we look at the Ministry of Information specifically. What are they depending on that another government entity must carry their report? For other agencies, it's newsworthy. That's how they survive. Newspapers and so on, even other media entities. That's how they survive. They get news and they disseminate that news and they get paid by viewership or whatever it is. So it's something worth exploring to see where Fango is getting his strength from, but he might be having a point here, maybe.
Okay, thank you very much. I see that Fagon is posting, and I'm trying to put up his post. He just makes some correction. We'll put it up, but later Dr. Boble. Dr. Boble, what you make about this information? Because media institution owners reaching out to me and says, Stanton, it's good news for the independent network. Now, Jeremy Pierre have to pay to cover Mika. That you think? Talk to me, Dr. Boble. Okay, what we wait for Dr. Boble? Yes, sir. Dr. Boble, talk to us.
A correction of post relevant for clarification. You say Eugene is posting. I'm saying, are those posts relevant to the conversation so that we don't create a lot of duplication? Is he clarifying some things?
Yeah, so this is why I'm trying to put it up. Dr. Boble, if you can hear me, I'm trying to put what you put. And as a matter of fact,
I can hear you.
I'm sorry, I want you to hear me. Can you hear me now, Dr. Boble?
Yes, Dr. Boble, I can hear you well.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you well. Yes.
Good. I'm saying to you, I'm trying to put up Eugene post, and I'm also going ahead to call Eugene to make the clarity now. So talk to us, and then we'll try to get Eugene, the director, to clarify this, because it's opening a lot of Pandora bags and people are drawn to the story. So just talk to us. We'll try to bring Eugene on.
All right, so a few things. Paul talked about National Public Radio. National Public Radio was funded by the federal government just to an extent. The funding was not always adequate. So every year they did these national drive to raise money, because I gave to it before a number of times. So the federal government gets small money, and then they raise other money from the listeners. But here's the other thing I want to say. Government does have bills to pay. And we have this misunderstanding in Liberia. Oh, government is free. No. Governments have bills to pay. And there's a thing called interagency payments. Okay, government have bills. For example, Isaac Dowa at the Ministry of Sports. The Ministry of Sports could charge for using the field if that's part of their income generation scheme. So on the Ministry of Commerce won't play the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and it won't play over there, will say, okay, essentially government will charge you $1, the other people will charge them $5. But government do pay bills. So let's not say that's a government thing. I think the issue will be what's in the budget. So maybe Eugene is saying, look, it's not in our budget to keep going. We ain't got the money, so you'll pay. On the other hand, he may know something that we don't know, that in the Ministry of Information budget, maybe there is something there to compensate, reporters. So he said, listen, we ain't got the money yet. Y'all got the money there. Y'all pay us. So it could be that. So it would be good for Eugene to come and give a little more clarity, to a little more light on what it is he really saying. But I just want to clarify that government pay bills to other government entities. They're not you the government, I the government free. It doesn't work that way unless it's in your budget. So I think that the point Fubi are trying to make, if it's in the budget, for you to go here and cover all the government thing, then go and cover it without asking anybody. The other tricky part of the budget is this. Budget is a projection with allocation. But whether you are at budget is a different thing. So, for example, you budget $1 million for the agency, but the agency I only got $300,000. In fact, yesterday at the conference with Dr. Jala as my co-panelist, he said that repeatedly. He said we're supposed to raise $1.24 billion to fund all the things we got here, but we short. So that means everybody money will be short because the domestic revenue generation. So I'm just saying, maybe there's money with Ministry of Information that could pay, or maybe there's no money on LBS side. We don't know. But if the Director General says more, then we and the public will know more. Thank you, CEO.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Poplar. Thanks a lot. Let me come to you, Isaac. Darius, I will hold you for last year. Let me come to Isaac. Isaac, what's going on here? Talk to me.
So, my people, that speak common Liberia English to you. All the things the government can be doing are so lying here, my people. Let me tell you the truth. All that thing you can see them doing that so big mob lie. The government is broke and struggling. Don't listen to people talking about, you bring a Nina, you put in the thread go up. That's so big lie. They lie every day. And look, you can lie to win an election. You cannot lie to govern a country. Whatever lie you keep telling will come back to you. Eugene Facontayo spending his little pocket change for scratch card and things. So now no way to wait. He can come to the public and say, my people, we broke no money. Not the same Eugene Facontayo, right? LBA will not be the same. It will be more. That's so big mouth and la you can be hearing and saying that's the real truth. And this is the thing. LBS is practically, should I say, under the Ministry of Information, because the LBS director is an ornament to the Minister of Information, who is his boss. That's how it works. Oh yeah, interagency can make payments, but I don't know if one department will make payment to another department. Now, LBS core function is information dissemination. I wouldn't think that entities will be paying money to LBS for information dissemination. The core function of Ministry of Finance is planning and managing the country's money. Ministries don't pay Ministry of Finance for disbursing money to them. So you don't pay for the core function of the aid. Sometimes we always ask, do these people really understand governance? Do they really know how government works? LBS should be carrying information to the people. So government agencies should not be paying money to LBS for LBS to carry on its core function. If, for instance, LBS has maybe a conference hall that somebody wants to use, they can charge for it. That is not its core function. But to say, simple, my people, the government full of big lying. They can lie. When they finish lying, they go in a corner, they go and complain that they complain for going breaking to you. When they stop this big charade lying, they will help themselves. So yeah, they broke. That's the reason why he complaining, and that's the truth. They can kind of say anything or they say, well, shut up. But the pregnant woman's stomach, they can't go back. They can't eat from. These guys are PM. They keep lying. They are all Yahoo boys. That's the reason why their partisans keep dancing for la things. But that's the real truth.
CEO, there's a post here from Eugene. You probably got it too. It says, LBS will continue to cover the MCAT Liberia press briefings, except that there will be no live TV, live radio, or live social media unless it is paid for. That's what he posted. Isaac, LBS is not under the Ministry of Information. My brother was the Minister of Information. And LBS, the Director General's boss, is not the Minister of Information. The Minister of Information is the chairman of the board of LBS. The Minister of Information is the chairman of the board. He's not.
Okay, go ahead and say, but
you say it's under. That's why the way you said it.
I know you are a UP man. You always want to defend your party. That's okay, but my baby.
No, that's not party.
You can't come on
LBS is an autonomous agency.
I understand, but it is under
that has. Gentlemen, let's make this clear now. Because when you say it's honor, when you look at the organogram and you say honor, it's a functional branch, which is not the same.
I think you are talking about the board chairmanship or something.
So the chairmanship, for instance, the Liberian National Police is an entity within the government.
Yes.
Falls under some ministry, the Justice Ministry. That's the same with LBS. Again,
the Liberian National Police is not autonomous. It's a semi-autonomous under the Ministry of Justice.
What
the LBS, the Liberian Broadcasting System, is an autonomous agency. There's a difference between semi-autonomous and autonomous. So when you are yes. So as a semi-autonomous, as a semi-autonomous agency, there's a direct reporting line with the police and the Ministry of Justice. With LBS, the reporting line is into the board chair, not to the
Minister of Information.
By default, the Minister of Information chairs the board. So by default,
yes.
So let me
I don't know what's the argument about. I mean, he chairs the board of LBS by default. Practically, he is. I don't understand what's the argument about, but just to very clearly clarify,
it's an autonomous, but it falls under the Ministry of Information.
Right. Once the government comes with their blunder, they will start making calls to correct it. Eugene Fagon will come and correct the thing he posted over and over, but at the same time, the government, bro, they are all Yahoo boys. They can lie to the people that is suffering them. That's all.
Okay. I think I'm going right.
Darius, go ahead.
All right. So, before I can, maybe CEO.
No. Thank you very much. And I want you to talk because this is a good way. We'll continue this tomorrow. I beg you, hold on 1 minute. Fubi, Paul, Conor Gray, Darius, Minister Doe. Let me ask any of you. You think Fagon wrong? Fagon action. Is he wrong, Fubi?
Fagon is right, and I will justify that.
No, hold on, Daryl. Let's go around the table very quick. Fubi, you think Fagon wrong?
Yeah, like I said, the ministry.
No, just yes or no. Do you think he's wrong, Fubi?
Yeah, I think he's wrong.
Okay, Paul, do you think he's wrong?
It depends on the budgetary allocations.
Thank you. I like that answer. Conor Gray?
I think Fagon is right.
Okay, answer. What do you think?
50% wrong, 50% right.
Okay, so let's say Fagon, no, seriously, everybody's fine with the answer. Fagon say, you know what, enough is enough. 2 years in this business, you're taking everybody away from us. You're taking the Asada Mitai away from us when it comes to do press conference. You are taking every ministry away from us. You send them to you, and everybody carrying you live. You don't own a network. You don't own a radio station, but they carry you live through the network and through the radio station. If this is what Fagon is saying here, but then guess what? The question remains, and maybe you will change your answer when I say this. Can we ask Jeremy Pierre and the Information Ministry, whether these people going to have a free press conference at Mika? Ask it. Is it free? That Asara Mita will go there and all the nation people come around to cover them. Is it free though? Ask it though. If you were us or you focus on something else, do you think Daniel Sando, do you think all these guys then pull out the podium and say, bring the Spoon Network, bring the Fabric, bring the Super, the Hot FM, the Truth FM, LMTV, and bring everybody, take us live. Do you think it's free?
I don't want to believe it's free.
No, it's not.
I don't believe so.
No, it's not. Now, Fubi, let me get into your mindset. Do you think it's free? Do you think Daniel Sano just said that it was 1 day, it went to 2 days, it went to 3 days, not Monday through Friday? Do you think it's free? Fubi Aarons, Reverend Doctor, Fubi Aarons, do you think it's free?
When you say free, I don't understand.
I'm asking you, do you think the people that come to do those press conference, do you think they are paying?
I don't want to think they are paying because it's not only private.
Are they compensating?
I don't know about that, but I don't want to think so.
You don't want to think so.
Yeah.
I would pause yourself and call anybody in government and ask them whether it's free. And let us know whether you give us the answer you don't think so. It's not free. It's not. Asara Mita, 24.something billion went there and they have a bigger press conference. They didn't just go there and leave. Now we begin to investigate. Now Joe Limit got to talk. If it is not free, can we say Fagon right? So tomorrow should Spoon Network sit back and say we'll follow Fagon Fosu? Should we do that? No. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's be fair. Can the Spoon Network sit down and say we'll just carry our recording for news purposes, right? Reverend Gray, okay, we just get our video, our cell phone, record everything, but we're not going live. Now we'll follow Fagon. Hot FM will say we'll follow Fagon. Truth FM will say we'll follow Fagon. OK FM will say we'll follow Fagon. If it is not free, then let's follow Fagon. Right. Then Fagon is right. Then Fagon is right.
I was saying something here that says source of funding in budget for LB.
No, I get this one, right? Let me share this with you real quick, Colonel Gray. Look at Fagon budget. Look at this. 2024, compensation for employee, $837. Look at the all-10, they only gain $685. 2024 to 25, the same amount. The same amount. Goods and services, look at it. Non-financial asset, the total Fagon got 2024 at $1.4 million, all of $1.6 million. This is LBS. We're going to put the Ministry of Information on up. And I think, to be fair with everybody, if I'm going to say this maybe 15 minutes ago, LBS will continue to cover the MICAT Liberia press briefing, except, he said he will do it, that there will be no live TV, live radio, or live social media unless it's paid for. Ladies and gentlemen, Spoon Network and every network will follow Fagon suit. I'm not. No, but listen.
Fagon has become
that's why I want to come in. That's why when you give me
No, I beg you, Darius. Let listen to the good doctor. I beg you. Let listen. Darius will come to you. Darius, go ahead.
Yeah, so CEO, you know, the business you're in, you understand it better because you got a private company. It's not free. Now, I don't suspect that Spoon will follow Fagon. Remember, Fagon is funded by taxpayer money. I think a smart businessman like you will still cover. Why? Because that's how you do your work. The more coverage you give, the more followership, the better the advertising value, the more greater the probability of raising money. So I don't think you'll follow. I don't think it's a thing where the government leading here. The government can do what the government want to do. I think the private sector stations and smart business people like yourself will not follow him. In fact, it gave actually a bigger bump to private stations like yours because if they're not there, then the public, the whole country will be looking.
So that raises that problem. So thank you very much. You'll be contributing to us like you always do now, right? Maybe $500 every month. Can we increase it to $1,000?
And I got a big program for Spoon. I certainly will.
I
know it's not free. It's not free.
No, but that's the problem. That's the problem. Let's just understand it. Let's understand something. Fagon is pushing something here. Fagon is hitting that. Now, who's the bull on Fagon on LBS? The bull, the information minister, Jeremy Pierre.
Yeah, Jeremy
Pierre. He's there. So if so then we have a problem here, and Fagon is challenging the system. Don't you think? Jeremy Pierre can say, you know what? We'll do this 2 days a week. Go around the independent network. Go to ELBS. Let's try to do this for them to get some money too. They are not getting everything put in the budget. It was 1 day. It went to 2 days. It went to 3 days. Now, guess what? They said, no, we're not satisfied in the morning. We'll come in the evening too. We'll bring them on the other show. Fagon is mad. I mean, all these things are paid for. So I think the board of the Spoon Network will come in and make a decision too. But I really appreciate Fagon speaking from an insider, I think those independent networks should wake up and hail Fagon, because now he's speaking not only on behalf of LBS, but on behalf of all the independent network that are doing a free job or pro bono job at MICA. So as of Monday, we're going to have an emergency board meeting, including Dr. Bopler, tomorrow before the show, and we'll make our decision whether the Spoon Network comprises of Super, Fabric, and Spoon, whether we cover MICA. We will. The CEO just texted me, Madam Titi Kane. She's saying we will meet tomorrow, Dr. Bopler, Dr. Francine, the entire board, and we'll make a decision by Monday, and we'll put an announcement on whether we'll cover MICA or whether we will not. And if we are going there, they will go there with only their recording, and there will be no live coverage. Imagine if all the networks say we are not going live, what become of the MICA? This is serious, folks. Darius, let's hear you. You're muted, Darius. Let's hear you.
Yes, so I think Falcon is right from the budgetary standpoint, and he's clear. Live broadcast will not take place until it is paid for. 2024 in the budget, LBS got in the budget, the 2024 outturn, you got 1.4 million. In the 2025 budget of LBS, you got 1.8 million allocation. You come to the Ministry of Information, 2024, you got 3 million. 2025, 3.9 million. They added 900,000 to the Ministry of Information budget. But that's not all. Falcon got the Liberia National TV. That's a live broadcast. And then to even perform live coverage on the radio, that credit. So in the Ministry of Information budget, you got 250,000, 2024, 2025 for media relation. So last year and this year, you get 500,000 for media relation. What is that money for? What is Daniel Sando and the minister doing with that money? They call it media relation, 500,000, 2024, 2025. That means you should be able to take care of the media, the independent media as well. Come to 2025 again, you got another money for what we call information services, 250,000. 2024, 250,000 information services. 2025, 250,000. Another 500,000. If you combine all the two budget lines, you're talking about 1 million in 2024, 2025, only for media relations and information services. And then independent media going there. The state broadcast media go there, cover everything, and then everybody just wipe their butt and go home. And then Daniel Sano and the minister, they just use the MICA press conference to show gaps at opposition, calling opposition leader mosquito brain and this. So the media run with that and forget about what it's supposed to get. But there are money in the budget to take care of independent media, to take care of the coverage of MICA. It's there, it's in the budget. They are not giving it. So Falcon will not continue to use LBS budget that is already underfunded to be carrying on live broadcasts of all government activities, including MICA press conferences. That is the problem.
So let me say this, and this is very interesting while we try to close this thing. You know, I've been back and forth with Jeremy Pierre and Daniel Sando, and we've been discussing this, right? And I asked them, I said, well, this is something new. How you guys want the other people to survive, right? It's hard. If you want to be fair, how you want others to survive here? And I asked them, how can an independent network survive? Some of the guys are not getting salary. Some of them is rough. They are doing pro bono job as a. How people survive? Okay, so since this is Fagon getting only 60% of the budget, not the entire 100%. But the issue is that Mika is getting the entire 100% of the budget. Mika is getting the entire 100% of the budget. But while Fagon just only getting 60%, he got to find the balance 40%. So Fagon anger is that, listen, you can do this to us. If you want us to operate as a team, you give us chance. Let's say the people come to us levy money. All the ministries, you want them to go to you. All the concessions, agreement, concessionaires, you want them to go to you. All the business people in the area, everybody will go and pay. I'm surprised that I'm hearing these people pay. They pay. I thought it was free. My fellow Liberian, if this is true, that these people get paid, then it means that that's wickedness. And I know Jeremy Pierre will come again and get fair me, but I don't think it's right. How do you expect the independent media to survive? That a bubble. I'm confirming right now that these guys don't get paid. Every day, everybody that show up, they pay. People are saying, don't come and instant on, but we pay if we go there. How can we do this, Ase? How can the government eat the money? How can we do this? Who eating the money? So the market where baboon draw? Ase, is that market where baboon draw? Donald Sano, they're taking the money. But you remember Matthew Yemlo? You remember he said this?
Oh yeah. But son, don't forget the people even get media intelligence money as well. So all that money, where is it going?
I send it to him. I send it to you. See
all of that money, and that's what I said. The man is 50% right and 50% wrong, and we can talk about the reason why. Bottom line, the government is just a mess. The government only.
The last two one I sent. The last two one I sent.
Guys, let me serious here though. I know we end on this thing, but I want everybody to look. When it didn't coming up, just say the whole thing. I want everybody to just look and just let us and just help us understand. Paul Kennedy, I am shocked because I believe in Jeremy Pierre and my friend, and and to tell you the truth, Paul, Jeremy and myself were gossiping about you yesterday, and just yesterday we were gossiping about you. Let me confess now, because confession is good for the soul, and but to be frank, I'm disappointed. Look at the budget. It means that they have to pay the media network that go there. Even the legislature got to pay those guys.
Stanton, we have to be careful with that though. And this is why I say that. There are category of events unfolding at MICA. And you just made mention of some. How organizations like Asala Metal and other big organizations come there to host, have conversation. When that is hosted, I mean, it's only fair for Mika to pay coverage. However, when Sarah Beslow Nyanti, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and other people of government status like Kula Fofana are making statements that people need to hear, LBS has to cover that for the consumption of the Liberian public. We need it's a thin line between that. We need to review it.
Okay, so you say LBS have to cover, right?
That is
you
correct.
You say they have to, right? Let's go back to what Fagon said in a post. LBS will continue to cover Mika press briefing, except there will be no live TV or live radio.
But that's a problem, because when you cover and go partially, you only do recording. There are certain key media press briefing that LBS should consider covering, or else they could be conflicting with their own mandate.
But if that be the case, then LBS saying the government gave us this budget, right? That LBS saying it. This is LBS. The government gave us this budget, but they honor the budget and say we'll give you only 40%, 60%. You can find the bottom 40%.
But that is so with most organizations in Liberia, in the government. I mean,
that's about 88%. That's for 88%.
Where government does not, they only project the budget. They really don't.
To run social media is expensive. Paul, to run social media is expensive.
I understand that, but the institution also has a mandate.
Paul Kennedy, I care less about Fagon. Fagon can lie on me, he can cost me. He said they won't give me rest contract, they didn't get on me. That Fagon, he crazy. I don't worry about Fagon, right? That Fagon, he do all the nonsense, then he come in and say, my man, I F you up, oh. My man, you still my brother, I mess with you, oh. Then we laugh. But my thing is that Fagon position today, that what I'm talking about, if it is confirmed that Daniel Sano and my brother Jeremy Pierre, they are taking money from guests that are coming on our show, if it is confirmed, then Fagon is right. Because I mean, you are eating from Fagon. You are not only eating from Fagon, LBS, you are eating from the independent network. That's also be making that money. So therefore, let all the independent network protest and stay home. Who will roll that story?
You are leading to a protest.
But it's protest, right? I said, if they said that and said they stay home, because now from the house's mouth, they are eating money and they are not distributing the wealth. I see what Daniel Sano's stomach looking big. Because every day the man get a check.
Hear me out here.
Okay? No, yeah, you are.
I'm not making a
no, yeah, you are.
When you ask me,
you get 500,000 for media relation. Right. You get 500,000 2024 for media relation. You get another 500,000 2025 for media relation. That's 1 million for media relation.
Yes.
Media relation. That covers Mika as well. Right. So when the independent press come there along with LBS, you set a budget aside for data and other and transportation. You get them something.
They call that
you can't just be coming to cover. That social media is expensive.
Well, but Darius, here's the point. Every line ministry and agency has some form of cattle they should be giving out when they engage the media. Media engagement is very expensive. You are correct. However, there are key messages that when released from various media entities, they don't have to pay you a dime instant. When MPhil is
that's not true. That's not true. No. Let me interrupt you. We run the media. It's at the description though. Independent media. You can say that on LBS because our government owned.
Yeah, but we're talking about LBS. Yeah, we're not talking about independent media. We're not talking about private.
I'm talking from an independent standpoint, brother.
But we're talking Fagon here. We're not talking.
Well, Fagon have changed the network. Before LBS was only on the radio. Fagon introduced live social media platforms. So it's not like before.
Who told you that Fagon started that? Wait a minute.
I said you qualified that.
Don't say that Fagon started it. That only best because
Fagon said ELBS without be the same. I'm not going that way. I'm on the issue. I said, though, help me and that couldn't come in. A lot of people text me and said Fagon is right. A lot of people saying that the independent institution should take the stand because there will be no way except Jeremy Pierre can explain that everything they're doing is pro bono. They are not getting money. We can't be sending our guys in there for free. For what? Internet coverage, transportation, feeding, paying them, and you assign 2 people at Mika?
I mean, I tell you, people, man, long overdue. You should be charging.
No, we're not charging. We never charge them. Never. We never charge them.
The thing is, Stanton.
No doubt, the private institution should be charging, or it should be discretionary to them, right? That's not the argument we are having here. The argument we are having is what is LBS role and their coordination effect when it comes to dissemination of public information. That is we need to continue to be focused on the conversation here.
But let me interrupt you. Well, every ministry, every entity got media group, and they are funded. Well, every ministry in Liberia, every entity, even the executive mansion, they got media funds. You know what they do? When they go in to do press conferences, they take that fund, they pay. Paul, it's not secret. So that's the reason why when they call in a press conference, they call the station. They should pay LNTV. They should pay Fagon. They should pay the Hard FM, the Super FM, the Spoon FM, the OK FM. It's not cheap. They are representing the entity and the ministry. Why now, if it is true that Jeremy Pia and that of Daniel Sando, according to Matthew Yamplu, that this guy will be collecting the money? And everybody that come around to cover them 5 days a week is free. It is not right, Paul. It is disingenuous. It is wickedness. And I want to say something, but my brother Jeremy Pierre will get very with me. But let me just say, he older than me 8 years. Let me say it, I'm a picking. He got very when I told him yesterday. I see what I was making it rain. Can somebody give me the picture of how you call him? Can somebody give me the picture of Patrick Honda? I see why they was spraying money.
The money the man can take to renovate.
And the money, I swear, the man was spraying money.
Put a hand in your pocket and renovate.
I see why they're making it rain, because you know why? This is very, very serious. We all should talk about it. Because if sponsor will not covering you, and you go to Hard FM, Musa Benete say, we're not covering you, Truth FM. DJ Blue saying, we're not covering you, Hard FM. Freedom FM said, we're not going there. The only thing you'll be doing, guess what? This money you'll be taking $10 to be giving the small children. They'll say, go live on your page. It's wrong. And Jeremy Pierre should speak about this. He should speak on this issue. I say, I'm disappointed hearing this news. Not in Fagon. I am disappointed in the fact that I'm hearing that people pay to go to Mika. And then Mika been using, I'm a wise man, but they've been using the network. I will blame Madame Titi. They've been carrying Madame Titi for 1 year, 7 months. Not a dime they have given. And guess what? This network pay the dues to Mika. You know that? They pay the Mika fees. You know that? The Mika didn't write a bill and say you're going away free. Every year. Some of them even owing Mika, but they will pay. So we're meeting up with our obligation, paying the Mika fee, paying the LTA fee.
Another protest.
We will protest. We'll protest. We can't be owing you the use of the Joe. Isn't that right? I mean, I said, tell your people, man, don't do this. I said, tell your people, talk to us. I said,
even Kula Fufana has a budget on the executive mansion, on the office of the president. She has a budget for media.
You know, it can be hard to tell. You know, they can say my mother, oh. So all the money that Minka and the whole thing, what do they really discuss at Minka press briefing? One little guy is always there insulting. Or a government official, every time he goes to talk, he just insulting. He can't say, he doesn't say what the government is doing. They should actually be there telling the Liberian people, you know, Minka should be one of the entities that should not be political, or an entity responding to the workings of the government. But the only news that comes from there is when one funny-looking guy will always come and just insult. Every time he insulting. I'm not sure what do they really do there anyways. But the real thing is, if LBS can be asking Minka to pay, why should any other station go there without receiving some form of payment? It wouldn't make sense to me. But Stanton, if this will be our closing, I already sent you something, and I will.
I say you do your closing, more information coming. Sorry, my brother to caught you. But we can now confirm that people are paying Mika. Everyone that goes over there, when they invite you, you pay. My Liberian people, before my brother in the coast to Acido can go to the dollar store and buy all your coats to the Google store. Hey, looking nice on you, so to tell you the truth, right in Minnesota, nothing more than $25 for the coat and the pants. Look, man, make it get all later in there for $5. I say, you look real nice. I begin to start wearing coats now. But let me say this to you. Let me ask the Liberian people. Should Spoon boycott the Mika press briefing? I say, I beg you, let me answer my question. I beg you, brother Asi. Based on what Fagon is saying, Yagezi, come on. Let's ask the people. Should the Spoon Network, and I will ask the question again no more, boycott the Mika press briefing? I mean, I just want to be straight up. People saying stand up, don't ask that question. Oh, because how can you guys then treat us like that, man? You know how it is, quote unquote, to pay one person?
You're supposed to be sending them the bill airtime, man. Airtime. You know, send them the bill. Say, look, we'll cover you for 1 hour, 2 hours. These are our fees. I will show you how.
The guy have never paid. They never paid.
Should not be free.
Government is paying LBL workers. So if I continue talking about not covering, they pay them. That budget, they often about 88% of the budget are funded. So he can't be saying they can pay.
So what argument?
No, I mean, talking about
88%. Where you expect the man to get the other 12% from?
So that the man's salary will back it that way.
8%.
LBI raises additional money outside of that. What I'm saying for that money.
Ask your question, Fubi. Should Mika be collecting money for ministers and other people that are coming to speak?
I don't think they should do that. They're doing it. If they're doing it, I don't think they should do it. But I don't speak in that.
Yeah, you say you don't think. So if they are doing it, you don't want them to do it, right?
Yeah, they shouldn't do it.
Yeah, but Sen is out there now, Jeremy. Let me Pierre will have to explain. They are doing it, so what? So it means that Fagon should care their lives. Instead of taking money from those people. Does it mean that Spoon Network should carry them in their life?
No, for the independent media, if they can become a citizen, but for Facon or LBS, I will not say to that because LBS is funded by the budget. So
Let's close the show. I want to announce to all of you, we got a video from somebody, one of the advisor home and other people in this government that building mansions. So in 1 year, they are buying properties, huge amount of money, and we are digging deeper. The same thing we did to George Manaway government to tell the people about the homes people bought. We do it starting tomorrow. I got 3 videos and pictures of a minister and advisor to the president and lawmakers. That kind of property they bought recently is huge. They never had a property before. They bought it cash. And I would just say to you, this is disturbing. We'll bring it up tomorrow. We're going to close the show now. And ladies and gentlemen, I can also announce to you, if you give me anything to eat, don't give me rest. I don't want to eat rest ever again. I will eat it one last time tonight. And after tonight, I'm not eating it again. One last time. I want to eat rice tonight, Asido. And I want to say congratulations to Asido because Asido not eating rice too. Asido, you're doing extremely well. I see why you're losing weight. But thank God for you. I'm following your footsteps. I will not be eating rice. Seriously. If you can eat your momo and your rice, but I'm going to eat it one last time. That pork, a little bit of smoked fish in it, right? They kitted it, bitter ball, and pepper. They ground it on the side. And put small real on it. I just want to taste it for old time's sake. And after today, don't give me no more rice. Man, it's smelling real good as I speak. But I want to say thanks to all of you. May God bless you. Hey, my sister Ellen L. Johnson. Man, I got to see you, Ellen. It's good to see you on. I want to say thanks to all of you. We really appreciate you on Spoon Talk. We love having you. Because of you, we are here every day. The issue about Fagon LBS and Jeremy PM Mika is very concerning. Any decision that Madam Titi will take, I stand by her, I stand with her. And I think if you use that independent network, you got to get in some kind of agreement with them, pay them, or don't use them at all. And I want to say, Isaac, take us home, my friend.
Yeah, thank you. So, this issue of jokes, standard is important. The people got on the reign today, not because they just wanted to. They see it as a genuine cause. We must talk about it. In my mind, though, Stanton, what I'm talking, my stuff I sent you, please put it up for me. It is, I really want to, I send you 2 screenshots, 2 pictures, Stanton. If you can put the first one up, which is the budget. Stanton, you hear me? Yeah. I say, I really, yeah.
That's what you say?
I say, I really want this drugs issue is important. I'll send you two pictures. One is the budget from the Ministry of Youth and Sports, and then another one happens to be some money that we managed to source through the UN. I want you to put the first one up, which is the budget from Youth and Sports.
No, be talking, I've been put it up, I said.
Yeah, no problem. So as I was saying, this should not be one of the political rhetorics. Listen, the drugs problem today in Liberia is at the highest peak that it has ever been. Yesterday, though, it was being politicized. President Bwaka is on tape criticizing President Weah with having no idea on how to fight drugs. Some of his now ministers have all kinds of things to say on Facebook. Kula Fofana says she has some kind of a strategic whatever she could have done to solve the problem. Today, we need to ask the government. Sadly so though, President Bwaka was part of the protesters today. The protesters were actually asking the government to take actions, but President Bwaka was part of those people. So who is asking who to take action? This is not one of those things that I lived it. I was there. I know most of these people. I know the amount of things we've done. And that's why I thought starting to put up those stuff so that we talk about it. Because this should be of national concern. Located for us, we are responsible opposition. We are not going to politicize the issue of drugs because we know how important, although President Bwaka rode on the back of drugs and came to power. No, this is the second one, Stanton. The first one is the other one, please. Okay, so when you see this one, this is the Ministry of Youth and Sports budget. Contribution to at-risk youth rehabilitation program. And people, the Ministry of Youth and Sports, according to the outturn means the money that they used for 2024, they used a little on $1 million for Zogos. A little on $1 million. My people, can anybody point to anything that has been done over the last year or so? How was 915,000 used for something that nobody has seen anywhere? No media report, not a single Facebook post about it, no life, absolutely nothing. But the government is telling us that they've used 915,000 on at-risk youth. Shouldn't we be asking questions? What exactly was that money used for? Which part of at-risk youth? Where? How? And then something you can put the second one up, please. The second one shows $3 million. If you look at it, these are actual things we expect this government to do. Before we left government, we managed to bring in the One UN family. We worked on a joint proposal that in our mind, we have worked on this whole at-risk youth thing for the next 10 years and eliminate it. The UN.
So I said you were kind of starting the whole show all the way, give a man.
I was closing.
It's 1 a.m.
But there, we have to talk about these things.
But you came late, my man.
I understand. Now, if you see here, you will see on a total or PBF fund, US 3 million, and then the other one is government of Liberia to have contributed 1 million per year for the first 3 years, meaning 6 million to take care of these people. What happened to this project? I was told from our UN friends that indeed they are contemplating reassigning or reapportioning this money because they have not seen any proposal from the new government. How do we fight drugs when we are not taking concrete actions? Oh, this is a program with a little money brought in the country. It's only left with you to show something, send out a proposal, work with the people, get the money that is already there and use it. Why aren't you doing it? But you are telling us that you've used 915,000 on Zogos at Wakes Youth. How? This is something that all of us should be asking the government to account for. I think Ministry of Youth and Sports should order to the people to tell them how they used $915 for what. We need to see results. We should be asking questions. President Barker should not be joining protesters who are asking the government for action. He should be taking action and asking his ministers, what have they done? What did they do? How can you be telling us these things? 915,000 for something that Paul, you are you from the medical side of it. I'm sure you are in the know of a lot of things happening. Did you hear about any outrageous youth, anything in this country? Anything was done? How did they use money? They have to and they owe it to the people. I really want to believe so.
I said thank you very much. It's always good having everyone here. We appreciate each and every one of you. Yekezi, can you come on? To my brother Paul Kennedy, thank you. Conor Gray, thank you. Darius, as always. And to our guest, Muhammad Brish Mensa, and the Dr. Reverend Dawn, we appreciate them for joining us tonight. It was a great conversation. To all of you, 50,000 of you that follow us and more to join us, we want to appreciate you. Yekezi Zowe, can you come on? If you are not sleeping, can you come on? But again, can somebody call Yekezi in studio? I don't know. Is the studio cool, Darius? When they gotta get there, they fall asleep.
The AC is high, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see.
I just want you to give me 1 second, see you.
Yeah.
So on the issue about the drugs, first we commend the Liberians, home and abroad, that supported and stood up today with the march to fight, the fight against drugs. But I think I want to call on the president. His statement today he issued, it is not binding because it is not supported by law. What the president can do is to transmit the measures he outlined today into an amendment of the drug law. The entire drug law lacks provision for rehabilitation. Today, our people march. The president issued a statement. All right. But when the drug law is not amended to entail all of that, to enshrine all of those new measures, it will just be a charade. It will just be another bluff. The fight against drugs will just be seen from the face value. So instead of just issuing a statement, transmit that to amend the drug law or issue it as an executive order, which lasts for a year. Then we know that some serious measures being taken. But ordinary speech, ordinary statement, I don't think.
I'm observing something. Since you started the show, your light is just getting further from your back. We can see you clear. You're in the dark, so I mean,
you're getting famous now, my man.
Yeah, you're getting famous. Your mark coming in regularly, so you're shining.
And so just to conclude, see.
I mean, you play for play, but we gotta go.
No, just to conclude just to conclude. Lastly, I won't be like regroup. Just to conclude, the issue on a discussion about the drugs is serious. If you look at the budget, as I talk about it, on the Ministry of Justice, the Justice Minister control that money. It is intended for what we call fight against Cooch. 1.2 million, 2024, 2025. What are we seeing? If you go to DA, the 2-year budget is 5.6 million. As I talk about the outrage youth under the Ministry of Youth and Sport, it's another 1.4 million combined the 2024, 2025. We're talking about 8 million plus on the Ministry of Youth and Sport, DA, and that of the Ministry of Justice, just in the fight against drugs. But today, how many persons have been rehabilitated in 2 years? National program for rehabilitation. You're arresting the traffickers, but the victims, the addicts, how are you reintegrating them? No national program. 8 million on the 3.
Oh, we're not hearing you.
Yeah, he's been harmonized. His network has been harmonized. Dara, don't forget it. Leon will go.
Senator, I sent something to you, but I just want to read just one statement.
But wait, Darius, will I hear you, Darius? You are not muted, Darius. You are not. Can you increase your volume?
We can stand up with you. You don't.
All right, now stand on.
Darius, unmute yourself. Unmute yourself.
If I were you, I would just go later now.
No. Darius, can you unmute yourself and talk?
We're not going to hear you
seriously.
For tonight, we're not going to hear you again.
All right, that's going to be. You want to start all the discussion over.
You've been talking about that too much. As of tonight, we're not going to hear it again.
Something strange happening. Look at my hand. I didn't touch anything. Unmute yourself, Darius.
Boo-boo.
No, seriously. Something strange happening. Unmute yourself.
You can't do it.
Say something.
Love in your eye, but you make it.
Darius, say something.
Go on the camera.
Sooner you go off, sooner you thankful you go off, you're not coming back. Let me let you know that one. Don't go off. Let down there, wherever you are.
I'm sorry, but let's go to Colonel Gray, but I beg you, I hope it will not happen to you, seriously. I don't know what's going on with Darius. I'm serious. Darius, you gotta unmute yourself.
No, but Senator, I support the idea that
don't waste your time. There's nothing happening to you.
You're good now. I gotta sleep.
Yeah.
No, look at me. No, seriously, listen, guys. No, Fumi. Fumi, you the data. Seriously. Fumi, look at my two hands. Ase, can you say something? Can we hear you, Ase?
Yeah, I'm good.
Good, I'm hearing you. Fumi, I'm hearing you.
That's right.
Paul, I'm hearing you. Something serious happening.
Once you start talking to the issue, no one will hear you again. That will be the end.
Y'all have a good night. Till we meet again tomorrow. May God bless you. May God keep you. And may God bless our dear country. I really don't know what happened. But you know, we'll work on it. And we think that we should, because these great men have to speak. I don't know. Maybe we're here great now.
Yeah, the corner came back.
Great. And you back now?
Yeah, I don't know. I saw you unmuting me, so who knows? I saw you unmuting me, my man. So.
I mean, you have a good night, man. Just take care.
Do the same thing.
Take care. All right, guys, we want to say thanks to all of you. I said, though, thank you very much. I guess he had to leave. You know, wish I guess you well. He was under the weather. I want to say to all of you that joined us today, may God bless you. May God keep you. You know, we come here every day just to laugh, to joke, and to discuss national issue. So what happened today? The dictator, the Reverend Edmund Don, he came here and he said his piece. You know, he spoke as an orator for July 26th program. It was firing. And we hope the government listen. We hope the president take into consideration some of the issue he raised. But also, you know, you saw Representative Mama Bridge Mensah, my dear representative, wish her well. And she spoke on some serious issues. Now, guess what? Before leaving you tonight, Eugene Fagon said, listen, no money, no service. He was clear. He said, if you don't pay me, we'll only record and then we'll leave. So the question won't be asked. All the Mika press briefing that Jeremy Pierre and Daniel San will do, everything, every day, 5 days a week. Are they getting extra pay from doing the job? And all the media institutions send representatives to cover them. Are they getting paid from those guests that come over? If they are, should they pay those independent media institutions? And why are they not paying them? But remember now, Everyone that owns and operates an institution in Liberia on the media, they pay fees to information ministry. They do. If you get one, if you get two, if you get three, if you get four, you pay. So then what is happening here? They are paying to the ministry, and the ministry is using the services for free. You decide. And we'll continue on this tomorrow. You know, I was able to speak to Fagon. I understand his position. I know, what he's talking about. So therefore, he have opened the eyes of other media institutions, and probably they will follow suit. No money, no services. I know Yegezi gave me signal Zoe. You take one day of the week to appear, and the other one he says, see you, I'm not coming, you can end the show late. Yegezi, thank you very much. I do appreciate you. You're a great man. And have a good night, folks. Bye-bye for now.
Okay, so folks, you can join the CEO and his team of panelists on tomorrow for another edition of the Spawn Talk. My name is Yekezi Zobul. I've been in here as your producer. Bidding you a pleasant goodbye from Audience Congo Town in Monrovia, Liberia. Bye-bye.
I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia.